They call the New Hampshire Motor Speedway the Magic Mile, but today it's starting as a wet 1 mile oval. A NASCAR Cup Series race is about to take the green flag on wet weather tires. It happens in New England next. The green flag flies and it's time to drop the hammer.
It's free wide heading towards the checkers.
Oh, everybody's crashing!
Side by side for the win!
He muscles him up and out of the groove! Now contact and around!
And this is gonna stack up about 15 of them!
It's 3 wide for 3 rows! Kyle Larson has pulled off grand larceny!
Unbelievable!
It is race number 25 of the NASCAR Cup Series season, and from the New Hampshire Motor Speedway in Loudon, New Hampshire, it's a once-a-year NASCAR trip to New England, and it very well may be one of the most stirring races here on the Magic Mile in recent time. We are starting this race on wet weather tires. We have run on this racetrack in wet weather conditions before. This will be a start in wet weather conditions. It's a very important race. Just 2 races remain until the chase for the championship gets started. That puts all the emphasis for so many drivers still trying to make the chase on this race in the next 301 miles. The engines have just been fired, so we are going to be in the hurry up here as we get you ready for today's Dollar Tree 301 from the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. And of course, the main story of the day is the championship standings themselves. Denny Hamlin has a healthy lead at the top over Ryan Blaney, Ty Gibbs, Tyler Reddick, and Chase Briscoe. All of these drivers on your screen have clinched a spot in the chase. Now as we go to page 2, the number to your right now changes to the number of points each driver is above the chase cut line. Chase Elliott and Christopher Bell, they have their spots clinched. Kyle Larson, Joey Logano, and Chris Buescher are mortal locks. Then, from 11th on down, Hocevar, Byron, and Suarez each have at least 100 points on the cut line. They should be safe if they avoid disaster the next 2 weeks. Darrell Wallace Jr., 70 points to the good. Austin Cindric at plus 57. 16 drivers advance to the chase, and in that final spot is currently Shane Van Gisbergen. He holds a 50-point lead on Ryan Preece, 63 on Ross Chastain, and 78 on Brad Keselowski. Maximum point gain possible in one race is 76, which means that Van Gisbergen could fall all the way down below the cut line, while Preece or Chastain could jump their way in with a good day today. That's what the championship standings look like for today's 301 lap race from the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. This has been a racetrack that has provided a lot of entertainment in the past, and it's certainly going to provide a lot of drama for us today because, as we said, we are starting this race in the wet weather conditions. Here's a look at how the race will stand up today. 301 laps. That's just under 320 miles, just over 500 kilometers. Stage lengths are important. The race record will not be reached today, almost certainly in these wet conditions to start, set in 1997 by Jeff Burton. So, we're in the hurry-up mode, as we talked about. Seth Eaves joins me here today, and Seth, what an interesting day we were already going to have, and now Mother Nature has just made it even that much crazier.
Yes, indeed. Hello again, everybody, and welcome to the Lobster Land. This is going to be an interesting race, as you mentioned. You got guys fighting to make the chase, and you got guys that are just trying to figure out the wet weather tires. Yeah, interesting to watch how this all unfolds today, and I'll tell you, I'm interested. We signed off last week talking about it. I'm interested to see what that 22 car can do today.
Well, of course, he was the winner at Richmond last week for his second win of the year. We've talked in the past, this is a guy that's like the scary movie villain. You just can't get rid of him. He is a favorite here today. Remember, it was another wet day in New Hampshire when Logano claimed his first career Cup Series win, a rain-shortened race here back in 2009. Engines have been fired. Cars are rolling off onto the racetrack for parade and pace laps. This race will start on the wet weather tires. We will tell you more about that as we go on. Let's talk about this New Hampshire Motor Speedway. They call it the Magic Mile. It's a 1 mile oval, and when you look down on a racetrack like this, most of the time your mind goes straight to the bottom is where you need to be. The bottom is the preferred groove. But as you see here on our virtual lap, it's hard to complete passes on the bottom, and when you get out of the corner and you try to mat the throttle from the bottom, you can lose control of the nose and slide wide. This time through turns 3 and 4, we follow Tyler Reddick and Chris Buescher. This middle lane is where most of the banking around this racetrack is. It's almost tabletop flat, but there is a little bit of banking. Use the high side, get the momentum, and carry it off the corner to make your pass. Here's a look at the starting grid. Tyler Reddick has his 16th career pole position. We've talked in the past weeks at how Reddick has just not been what he was at the start of the season here of late, but he's got the pole. Josh Berry starts with him on the front row. He finished second in this race a year ago. Berry's had good pace the last couple of years here at New Hampshire. He's on the front row with Reddick. William Byron on his long winless drought. He's not won yet this year. He starts in the third position. Denny Hamlin and Shane Van Gisbergen round out the top 5. You can take a look at that entire starting grid on your screen. Hamlin starting in 4th has 3 wins here, an average finish of 10th. In 32 New Hampshire starts. And Seth, as you look at that starting grid, you pick out the Hendrick Motorsports cars. I mentioned William Byron 3rd, Kyle Larson 9th, Alex Bowman in 10th, Chase Elliott all the way back in 29th. New Hampshire has been a house of horrors for Hendrick Motorsports of late. The last time Hendrick Motorsports won here, the driver was Casey Kane.
Yeah, that was a while ago. So basically, you watch. Hendrick's been on this bad spell at every track. Now they go to one of their worst tracks and watch. They'll have probably their best day of the season because that's just how this works.
And as you look through the whole starting grid there, Seth, another thing to note, Shane Van Gisbergen on that chase cut line starting 5th. Ross Chastain trying to make it into the chase in 12th. And you talked about Joey Logano. He starts down there in 21st.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how aggressive all these guys are going to be, being that we're starting the race on wet weather tires. So it could be interesting. Of course, the guy you got to watch is Christopher Bell, because we ran here in wet weather tires a couple of years ago, and he just spanked him.
Well, Bell always so good here. He has 2 Cup wins here. He has multiple wins here in the Grand National and Truck divisions. He's always
not win the truck race yesterday. Did not win the truck race, shockingly enough.
Yes, he's always great here at New Hampshire. An average finish of 11th in 6 Loudon starts. So that is the setup for what is going to be one intriguing day here at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Parade and pace laps, as I said, underway. And NASCAR, again, has made the decision that this is a wet weather start. It is very light raindrops that are actively falling. Again, NASCAR rules on tracks that are flat and about a mile in length or shorter, you can race in wet weather conditions, but perhaps Carson Hocevar doesn't want to, Seth. He has just spun a moment ago coming off turn 4 on a pace lap.
Yeah, I'm sure most of Twitter will have some fun with that. Yeah, I mean, this is interesting. I mean, how wet is too wet? I mean, he just got in there way too fast. Way too fast. I mean, he's trying to catch up, I guess, because that second pace car's about to pull off, but I mean, he got in there way too fast. Do want to note one thing for our audience, just some housekeeping. I know it's a driver that's not in chase contention. Literally was mathematically eliminated. But if you'll notice, if you follow NASCAR every week, you will notice one thing different. You will notice John Hunter Nemechek. You see on your screen that his number is 40. That is not a mistake. His number, of course, is normally 42, but he is driving number 40 today because his sponsor, Dollar Tree, which is also the race sponsor, it's a special AC honor the 40th anniversary of that store, so they have changed the number today. John Hunter Nemechek will drive car 40.
Yes, so Nemechek, when we get going, will run the 40 car, but we might not be going as soon as we thought we would. Cars have just been brought back down pit road here. Carson Hocevar, as you may have expected, just came over the radio and said that the track is a little slick off of turn 4.
No kidding.
So again, NASCAR rules in wet weather conditions are that on tracks that are relatively flat, like this one, and that is about a mile in length or less, this at 1.058 miles, there is a wet weather policy. Now, of course, with these big, heavy stock cars, they want to take as many precautions as possible. So NASCAR dictates what tires teams must start on. They do not allow teams the choice. So when NASCAR calls it a wet weather start or a wet weather session, all teams must start at that point on the wet weather tires. This is obviously something that we've done a few times. It was 2 years ago here in New Hampshire. We ran the last 82 laps of this race on the wet weather tires after a monsoon came in, and of course we're never going to run in a monsoon. We can run in damp or light rain conditions. But apparently some drivers and spotters and crew chiefs have said, nope, this is a bit too slick, as Carson Hocevar has already shown us spinning out off of turn 4 on a pace lap. The good news about this is that when this rain cell passes through, which should be fairly soon, when it does, that is more than likely the end of the rain today, and we'll be good to go. And we do anticipate that this race, the end of this race, and probably the second half of it, will be run on the dry, slick tires. But of course, the rule in effect the last couple of years to allow tracks like this to be run on in wet weather conditions, just so we're not sitting around doing nothing, which we all hate to do. And we are hoping to get started here very shortly. It has been a great weekend here on USN. Hope you've been around for a lot of it. And this is, obviously, as NASCAR always is, kind of what anchors us each and every weekend here on the channel. Glad to have you with us. Brad Hackett with us in the comments says, did you hear about Connor Zilic? He'll be in the Hendrick 48 car. Yeah, since we're not taking the green flag in the next couple of minutes like we thought we would, Seth. That broke, of course, this week. We already knew Alex Bowman. He'll run the 48 car next year. He'll then retire from full-time Cup racing. And Hendrick Motorsports has made the call, made the decision, and signed the contract. Connor Zilic will be jumping from Trackhouse Racing to the Ally number 48 for the start of the 2028 NASCAR Cup Series season.
I think this is a big surprise. This is a big surprise. So, he is, it's kind of a worst kept secret. He was going to be going up to Hendrick soon, and yeah, good move. I think we'll see. I would think it'd be a good move. So, Zilic the 48. Who knows? I think it'll be pretty good.
I love Diff Did You Know? This is my new favorite segment in all of television. We love Lee Diffie around here, although you might hear from some on similar channels that say that he's not as good anymore.
Oh, God.
Don't listen to those people. Well, of course, during All-Star Weekend at North Wilkesboro in 2023, and as we said, New Hampshire 2 years ago, Cup cars did race on a damp or wet racetrack in these wet weather tires. We've done it on road courses, of course. We've done it at COTA a few years ago, and that was kind of the line of demarcation when we did it at COTA, that there's got to be a limit to how heavily it can rain, and we still do this because we were racing in a monsoon.
No. The line of demarcation should have been the Xfinity Series race at the Roval in 2020.
Well, yes.
Because I was right there in it looking like Brett Bielema in his rain suit, just a big old blob.
We've also run a cup race, portions of a cup race at Watkins Glen in the rain. Of course, the Grand National Series has done it the most. They've done it at Mid-Ohio, as Seth just said, did it on the Charlotte Roval. They did it a couple of times at Circuit Gilles-Villeneuve in Montreal. And, yeah, that Mid-Ohio race in the rain was something.
Yeah. Justin Marks was like, I don't know what the big fuss is all about. I remember we had a show we did back on our old platform. But old platform, and we talked about just how crazy that race. We were going to do it, then I had a last minute something to help family, so I couldn't do it, which was a real shame because the two of us on that race would have just gone berserk. But we had so much fun on that show on our old platform we did a couple days after the fact, and we were talking about Alon Day finishing 11th in a Dodge, I think.
Yes. Or as some people called him, Allen Day.
And of course, another thing that the thing that probably to this day, in terms of, the further along we get in time, in terms of how it's aged, the thing that has aged the most in terms of it doesn't make any sense division is how close Bubba Wallace came to winning that race. We are not Bubba Wallace haters, before anybody says that. We're just saying, he said himself, he's not a road course racer.
Certainly not in the rain. And he did. He just about won that race. See, this is the problem when we get into weather delays, and we had this a couple of weeks ago in D.C. for the tennis. Well, we didn't have this exact situation for the tennis in D.C. We've got over 100 people listening to us right now, Seth. So we don't need to go stupid as we once did in the past on our old platform during rain delays, but you struggle to find stuff to talk about when absolutely nothing is happening. But in an attempt to stay sane, and believe me, if this goes beyond a 45-minute or an hour delay, we will not be sane by about the 45-minute or an hour mark. But in an attempt to keep it sane here straight away, Seth, because we should be getting started soon, hopefully, cross fingers, knocking on wood. Should we recap what we saw at Richmond last week? Joey Logano winning the race. Everybody all of a sudden is scared to death that this man might win this championship.
Yeah, he's going to be the man, that's for sure. He's been one of the men to watch. And I hope you like the Brent Musburger line I pulled out at the end of that race. Because that's what it is. I mean, you think you can kill him? You still can't. And he's there, and I mean, it is an even year. He is the 2010 San Francisco Giants of NASCAR, as I said during our Richmond broadcast last week. Odd number years, relax. Even number years, get apprehensive.
It's interesting because we got rid of the playoffs, and we came, and I keep saying back to the old chase, but it's not the old chase because it's 16 drivers, not 10, and the point system is different and all of that. But we came back to the chase, and I think people thought, okay, we're not going to focus so much on winning anymore, And I've been quick to point out multiple times this year that that's not the point to take. That's not the way to think. Because at the end of the day, when you come to a racetrack on a Saturday or a Sunday, Seth, all anybody wants to do is win. And you should be awarded grandly for winning. And that's where I applaud what NASCAR has done with the points payout this year on this huge bonus now for winning. There's no way the second place finisher can score more points than the first place finisher. And that was not the case for the past 10 years or so, or however long we've been doing stage racing, which is just about 10 years. But now, all of a sudden, Joey Logano's won a couple of times. And do you know how many people I saw on social media this week? We pay too many points for winning. Okay.
Oh my God!
Calm down.
What would have been like if with Ryan? Ryan Newman in 2003 would have really broken these people.
You like bringing up the Ryan Newman in 2003. You bring it up a lot. He won. I mean, how many combined wins and poles did he have that season? I know he won 8 races. And I have a feeling he probably won just about the same amount of poles.
Fuck, he probably won more poles. Hold on, let's go to the videotape.
Let's go to the Wayback Machine. And believe me, I don't like calling 2003 the Wayback Machine. I'm going to put the over-under, as you look it up, I'm going to put the over-under of combined wins and poles for Ryan Newman that year at like 17.5. Because I know for sure he won 8 races, and I guarantee you he won at least 8 or 9 poles.
So you're going 17.5 on this,
and I'd probably go over on that.
Your over-under prediction would be over, would it? Yes, it would. How about 19?
Oh my God.
8 wins and 11 poles that year.
And where did he finish in the championship, Seth?
6th, because he had 7 DNFs.
Oh, okay.
Average finish of 13.9. More consistency.
How about you win 8 races and your average finish of 13th? If he doesn't flip at Daytona, flip again at Talladega, hand grenade an engine at Michigan, just take those 3 results out, he's probably Matt Kenseth's closest competitor.
Yeah.
That blow up that he had at Michigan, that was scary. Wow. Good Lord.
That was the wildest. He had some wild engine blow up. He had 2 of the wildest engine blow ups I've ever seen. The other, of course, was the "Don't Slip in the Oil, Ricky" at the 2001 All-Star Open. The Open.
The Open, yes, thank you. Wild engine blow-ups, and he had plenty of wild crashes in his career. 2 in 2003.
Yeah. And then at Talladega 2009.
Yeah, my
now
God.
we talk all the time about drivers, about how we didn't like people like, him, and Mark Martin, that would complain about, super speedway racing. And I talked about that. I'll say this. I can kind of halfway justify it with Newman because I don't know how much fun I'd have flipping up and down every other race there. Can't imagine it's a great experience.
Our viewership number has gone up.
Hey, what can I say? You're very popular.
We're talking about Ryan Newman in 2003, and more people are tuning in. By the way, the longest street race in the history of time still has 80 laps to go. Just in case anyone was wondering. Weather's beautiful there. Kyle Kirkwood is the leader. And Alex Palou has just had a problem on pit road. Oh, a big problem on pit road. Oh.
And Chase Briscoe was in nappy time.
Oh, he was. Well, of course, Chase has had an interesting week. He ran out of gas. Not Not at Richmond. No. He finished second at
No.
Richmond. He
Mhm.
ran out of gas on the interstate, which, as something that I've never done before, and I hope to God never happens, I'm going to guess that's
Oh.
not the. I'm going to guess that's a pretty stressful situation.
I can only imagine, because I'm like you, hope that never happens to me. It's one of my worst fears in life is running out of gas.
And I
especially if
know.
especially if I'm on a trip somewhere and I'm a little bit far away from home. Like,
Oh Lord.
that would be the worst.
And
But
I know around the area he ran out of gas at. The way people drive there, no thank you.
yeah, well, yeah, that's another. I didn't even think about that part of it. Idiot drivers, yeah. That was when I finally got my driver's license many years ago. I was like, that was one thing I learned real quick. I looked over my dad after one of the. I said, I've only driven for a couple of days. I'm gonna tell you, people just don't know how to drive. If I had I can't say $1, but if I had $20, $30 in the last decade for the amount of people that will ride my rear end while I'm going the speed limit. I mean, it is unbelievable. Or I know you don't like you try not to use that word anymore. So I'll go a hog. That's absolutely brutal.
I do have to say, that camera shot that Fox has.
Townsend from the first pitch, the White Sox.
Wow. That camera shot that Fox has when they come out of that corner and it is a straight shot of a car going into the camera and in the background is the Capitol building. What a freaking camera shot that is. Oh my Lord. That is an all-time camera shot. Again, impossible to strip away the politics that are a part of this IndyCar race in Washington, D.C., but if you can do as good of a job as possible to put the blinders on like a mule running the Kentucky Derby from the politics, the scenery has been amazing all weekend. Jeff Gordon won there twice yesterday, but he's the absolute GOAT. Great.
I was gonna let you do that when we got to. I was gonna let you take that when we got to the hot lap.
Yeah. Yeah, people try to tell me Shane Van Gisbergen's best road course racer of all time. I beg to differ.
Those words for you, Mikula.
As I keep saying, if he had 4 to 6 road course chances when he raced every year, Gordon, he would have had about 30. It's just math. Learn it, my friends.
So
come on, I see a lot of people that are listening. Come on, when we're in a weather delay like this, you've got to send us questions. Send us questions.
Send us your questions.
Please get in the comments.
I was going to do this during an actual caution period, but not a stage break, but an actual caution period. But I can do a wide world of sports update if you'd like.
Please.
Major League Baseball, plenty of Sunday action there. Tampa Bay and Baltimore, they're scoreless in the fourth.
Orioles trying to sweep. That would be a big sweep.
For who? The Orioles?
Yeah, they've won the first 2.
Yeah, Pete Alonso. Yes, they've won the first 2. Then yes, that would constitute a sweep if they won today.
Sure would. I did that math all on my own.
Yeah, look at you, Stokes early college math coming into Walnut Cove math coming to effect.
Listen, they put me in trigonometry as a freshman. It ruined my life.
Oh my God! That's
child abuse.
That's like a hell march or something.
I should have went to the board.
You really should have. and given how modern age even that era was, you probably would have gotten away with it.
How in the world did the Orioles and Rays update turn to this?
Only with us does this happen. So, by the way, Pete Alonso's catching fire for the Orioles.
Let me tell you, I had never called.
The the Mets could use a guy like him.
I had never called a Pete Alonso home run prior to Friday. That thing got out in a hurry.
Polar bear. Cardinals lead the Phillies 2-0. That's in the fourth. Also in the fourth, Yankees over the Blue Jays 2-1. Nationals and Marlins are tied at 1 in the fourth. Tigers lead the Royals 1-0 in the second. Mets and White Sox scoreless in the third. Astros lead the A's 3-0 in the second. Scoreless in the first between Anaheim and Texas. Coming up later today at 3:10. Excuse me, what was that?
I'm sorry, I'm just laughing at your Anaheim and Texas. Have you seen the AL West? Just the status of that division.
We're partying like it's 1994.
I mean, which, forget the AL West.
The AL West sucks. Strike's about to happen. Yep, it's 1994 again.
Forget the West. Just the whole American League. The last wild card spot is held by the 64 and 66 Rangers.
It's ridiculous. We're going to have a team. I don't know if, like I told you a few weeks ago, I don't know if I'm ready to go as far as to say, make the pull about it losing a record, but I do think there's going to be a 500 or one game above 500 team that gets that last spot. 3 o'clock, Colorado and Cleveland's the next scheduled first pitch at 3:10. San Francisco, Boston at 3:15. San Francisco, the American League, they might have a chance if they were.
By the way, we love this when this happens in American television. Sunday Night Baseball, Giants and Red Sox at 3 o'clock. Noon local.
Well, the game's in Boston, so.
Oh, it is. Sorry. So 3 p.m. local, Sunday Night Baseball. Of course, the reason for that is ESPN still has rights to the Little League Classic, and that's the Sunday night game. But it won't be branded as Sunday Night Baseball because ESPN lost rights to Sunday Night Baseball.
Yes. As Jake say, only in a matter. Minnesota, San Diego at 4:10. Cubs, Mariners, Pirates, Dodgers, Cincinnati, Arizona, 4:15. And then the aforementioned Little League Classic, Atlanta and Milwaukee. Let me tell you something here, Mr. Owens. Your line that you invented, and it's an accurate one, about Atlanta and in particular the Bravos, that's usually pretty evergreen for October, but it might be coming into play a bit early. Philadelphia is catching them.
Yeah, we talked about that last night. I mean, the Phillies crushed the Cardinals. I mean, they're only 3 back. Never know.
I was at my new job. I was talking with a couple people that were talking about that are Braves fans. They were talking about, Phillies are catching up. I so badly wanted to say, oh, you have a winning baseball team in a division fight. Must be nice. Anyway, let's move on. PGA Tour, the BMW Championship.
The BMW. We can still say that.
And I said the W twice this week. Oh my God, I forgot about that. Oh God. Jeez, when promoting upcoming events. Oh my God.
I hope all the people that are still watching love this rain delay graphic. It's a work of art, obviously.
It really is. By the way, I don't think. Now again, there's no. Now we talk about a lot of things, but there was no reason for excuse me, about BMWs. We told anything. There's no reason for us to talk about BMW. So I don't think I've ever told you this. Have I ever told you that that the largest global production facility plant for BMW is like 30 minutes from my house?
Yeah. I've heard that before. That it's in, I can't remember where, but somewhere in South Carolina. Yeah.
Greer, South Carolina. Yep.
Yeah, I have heard that.
Yep.
Now, by the way, you want to talk about a point system that doesn't make any sense. It's the FedEx Cup point system. I'm looking right now at the live standings. The projected bubble for the cut to Atlanta next week. It takes the top 30. Robert McIntyre holds the final spot on Kurt Kitayama by, what's that, Jim? 25.12 points. Excuse me?
All I know is whoever wins the Tour Championship wins the FedEx.
Garbage system.
Yeah, you had Tommy Fleetwood do his best Daniel Hemrick impersonation last year when that his first career win on the tour was a Tour Championship. The title.
And I don't hear golf fans absolutely losing their minds over the FedEx Cup playoffs. Isn't that something?
Yeah, it's almost like golf is just like, like golfers watch golf and they focus more on the major events. As far as the actual BMW Championship, Wyndham Clark has a 2-shot lead over Gary Woodland. Patrick Cantlay is 3 back, Rory McIlroy 4 back. Chris Gotterup, who is having a really good year, the former Oklahoma Sooner, is 5 off the lead, and then 6 off is Colin Morikawa. Premier League opening weekend. Boy, we had a doubleheader on our networks today. Manchester City came back from 1-0 down to beat Bournemouth 2-1. And Newcastle and Liverpool finished 2-2. The real story of the day, though, was Brighton's 4-0 demolition of Aston Villa, which saw Aston Villa reduced to 10 men. Of course, Brighton coming off of a very uninspiring goalless draw with Tromsø in the Conference League playoffs in midweek.
Sure.
So, needless to say, this came out of nowhere. Now, they'll host Tromsø on Thursday, and you would suspect, but they'll get the job done. You would suspect.
Yeah, you would.
Championship, West Brom beat Burnley 3-1. So, what a league the championship is. 2 weeks in, there's only 3 teams that have a 100% record. Millwall, who again, I'm high on. I think they're going up this year. West Brom and Charlton are the teams that are up. And West Ham, everybody thought West Ham would walk the league. 16.
Yeah.
1 point.
Now, Seth says what a league the championship is. I'm going to take a moment, and I'm going to pat us on the back for just a moment. Do you know anybody else on this planet? I'm speaking to all 163 people that are listening right now, and the over 1,500 that have tuned in already. God bless you. You have listened to us talk about absolutely nothing. Do any of you know a single person out there that can call a morning soccer or football match and then turn around on that same day just hours later and call a NASCAR race? If you do, you know more than me, other than the two of us that are sitting right here. Seth doing an amazing job this morning on City and Bournemouth. Now he's here for New Hampshire. Look at him go.
I don't know about the amazing job part, but I do appreciate it. I'll say this though. I had myself, muted halftime. I had the "We'll be right back" graphic up, obviously, and I had it on USA, and I turned it up, and they did a New Hampshire promo, and I was like, okay, how's Becky Baby gonna say it? And she didn't say Hampshire. She said Hampshire. Like normal. I was like, nothing beats a few years ago, like 2020, 21. Nothing will beat when she did a Southern 500 promo. That was...
She's talked on Dan Patrick. Dan Patrick loves her. She's talked on Dan Patrick about how her...
Who doesn't?
Well, indeed.
Who doesn't?
She's talked on Dan Patrick multiple times how the first time she did a read about an upcoming Notre Dame game, she said Notre Dame, and everybody just lost their minds in the studio.
Oh, I bet.
By the way, I wish I was a little bit taller, which is still my favorite name of the people that comment. Says, who do we like today? And also says, nope, that is what is so cool about you guys. Look, see, we are giving the fans what they want. We might not be the best technically. We might not be able to press all the fancy buttons and do all the fancy stuff that JT does, because JT's the GOAT. But we give the fans what they want, don't you know? We're here to please. And please we will. Except when we post on TikTok and then you get people commenting.
Don't show your face.
Don't show your face.
If you want commentary without a face, you can listen to some of my stuff. That's just...
let's see. Danny, our good friend Danny RD.
Oh, God. Shut up. Please.
He just
That's a listener. Please don't do that.
No. He's not a listener. He's a commenter on the TikTok. He said, go commentate on an American sport, mate. Cheers. Well, Danny RD, interestingly enough, I do commentate on a lot of American sports there, mate. Danny RD. We'll put him down as a no. It's fine.
See any kind of Jami Zardi? But anyway,
I should throw that in my next highlight. Then everybody would really be lost.
What the hell? Fields and Tiafo, the Cincinnati Open final today. That's at 4:30. And then tonight, Coco Gauff and Jessica Pegula in primetime.
Oh.
Spain, Atletico Madrid and Villarreal finished 2-2. Getafe and Racing goalless. Barcelona, Elche in about 40 minutes time.
Hey!
What'd you say?
We got cars rolling.
Oh yeah, you're saying yay about that. I thought you was like, Elche! Juventus beat Frosinone 1-0. Lecce over Venezia 2-0. Milan are goals with Torino and Atalanta Sassuolo currently 0-0. But back to as I said during that City Bournemouth game. So I'm doing Real Madrid and Manchester City this weekend. All these stars.
Yeah.
If it's a tight game, who do you think could be the match winners? Kylian Mbappe, Vinny, Jude Bellingham, Erling Haaland, who someone needs to tell him that is not a good look for him. I'm sorry, it's not. He looks better as the goofy Viking. But anyway, Erling Haaland, Phil Foden, all these if it gets tight, who's going to be the respective match winners for each team on the network this weekend. Carlos Espy and Jaskval Gvardiol.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Espy's young. Gvardiol's a good player, but he's a defender.
Yeah.
To answer the question from I wish I was a little bit taller, I'm going Seabell.
Yes, he's always the safe pick for New Hampshire. So yes, I would say yes on that front. By the way, Seth follows high school football quite a bit. Have you heard the story about Columbia High?
Columbia High. Which Columbia?
Columbia High School's football team defeated Greensboro 41-14 on Saturday to snap a 101-game losing streak.
Oh, wow. Oh, congratulations. I like seeing a big high school losing streak get snapped like that. Yeah, that's...
By the way, that happened in Huntsville, Alabama.
Oh, okay. Okay. But now it's like a boomerang. I do remember reading something about that. Well, good for them, honestly. I mean, that's... Wow. 101 games. That's Prairie View-esque.
So again, cars are rolling on the track. Track drying has been taking place over the last 20 minutes or so. And cars are back on the track for parade and pace laps. It is still just dropping a few bits of rain here and there. Track is still damp, wet weather tires are still bolted onto these cars. And as I mentioned, the radar shows that once this rain moves out, that it should be gone for the rest of the day. Next heavy rain chances at about 10 p.m. tonight, local time. So
we will not be racing at 10 p.m.
No, we will not.
I can guarantee you a lot of I can't guarantee you anything, but I can guarantee you that. You're not going to be racing at 10 o'clock.
We will not be racing at 10 o'clock. We will not be doing midnight NASCAR.
Thank you, Jeff Burton. Jeff Burton! Yeah, woo!
Jeff Burton, one of the great drivers at New Hampshire Motor Speedway.
Yeah, he's so good he led every lap here in a race that actually had two different leaders. That's one of the best statistical anomalies in NASCAR history. Jeff Burton led every single lap of a race, but there was actually an unofficial lead change. There was an official lead change.
There was. Bobby Labonte was on pole for that race. Did not lead lap 1, so that was the lead change. Jeff Burton led every lap. That was the New Hampshire race that had restrictor plates.
And I was like, well, I mean, I get the safety aspect of why they did that, to be fair. So, but, well, we've had our fun, yip-yapping up there. So I'm going to channel my inner Brad Nessler from the start of the 2007 Capital One Bowl between Arkansas and Wisconsin. Party time is over, or is the fun just beginning?
Well,
I guarantee you I'm the only person in the world who knows that he said that to start that particular broadcast.
Well, we're good for that around here. Again, as you see on your screen, 2 races left to make the chase. There is the current chase cutoff. Shane Van Gisbergen holds the final spot inside the chase cut line by 50 points. Van Gisbergen, you wouldn't normally expect him to pick up a bunch of points on a track like this, but remember last week, top 15 finish after Stephen Doran rolled the dice in Stage 3 to take the wave around to get him back on the lead lap. The gamble paid off. Van Gisbergen padded his lead on the cut line, but still lost a spot in the championship standings. He was 15th, dropped to 16th because of Austin Cindric's good weekend. But Ryan Preece sits right behind him, 17th, Seth. We know Ryan Preece, how important this racetrack is to him. He ran here yesterday in the modified race. He's from New England, out of Connecticut. Preece needs a big day to get him in striking distance of Shane when we go to Daytona for the final race before the chase next Saturday night.
Yep. Stay out of trouble.
Especially here at the start.
Yep.
But again, Van Gisbergen, as you see, great qualifying yesterday. He'll start 5th. We'll see what he's able to conjure up today. Still cars around the racetrack here. Now, this will affect, and of course, we don't know right now, what really to expect with fuel numbers during a stage that'll be mostly ran on wet tires, but we have run quite a bit of parade and pace laps here. But the first stage, as we told you earlier, and as you see there, just 70 laps. So we won't have any problem making 70 laps on a tank of fuel around here.
Right.
As we are, hopefully, moments away from going green. Hopefully.
Now, obviously, you won't be able to see it if you're listening to us, but if you have it synced up to the race, because one thing you'll notice, and you're already seeing it here, but one thing, because I remember this from the rain race a couple of years ago, is that they will fan out here. They will spread and fan out, and when they looking for any kind of grip, so just prepare yourselves for that.
Yeah, and not only that, but to your point, when you're on these wet weather tires, you are looking for wet patches. Now, you're not looking for standing water to run through, but you are looking for spots on the track that are wet to keep the tires cool and for this tread to be able to grip properly. Because once this track does dry out, which it eventually will do, these teams are going to have to make the decision on when to come down pit road to put on the slick tires, because if you're a fan of international motorsport and you are accustomed to seeing race cars driving around wet racetracks, once there becomes a dry line and you start running wet weather tires on a dry line, those wet tires will really start to blister very, very quickly, as they can't stay cool as they need to on a dry track. Again, just a few drops of rain continuing to fall. We're making multiple laps here behind the pace car with cars here, there, and everywhere around the racetrack. They want to make absolutely sure that it is in raceable condition and that we are not stepping over a line of safety, because it was here, what was that, Seth? Was that 5 years ago? We started the race with a light sprinkle, and they didn't throw a caution, and then that light sprinkle became just a little bit heavier, and we wadded a bunch of cars up when they were on slick tires, and they got into turn 1, and it was wet.
Bingo. By the way, one of the things from that race 2 years ago, we actually had a legitimate, a long delay in that race 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
You might remember on our old platform, I just about died that day, because remember, that was game 2 of the Tennessee-Texas A&M Championship Series in baseball. And A&M had won the first game, and I swear, maybe it wasn't that close, but with the camera angle, we took the lead in the 8th inning, and then in the 9th inning, their last at-bat, guy hits one to straightaway right field, and I'm just saying, catch it, catch it, catch it, catch it. And then that way the camera angle shoots, oh my God. And then the guy caught it, whew, he caught it, game 3 tomorrow night. Because the way that camera angle was moving, I was like, oh my God, it's going to be gone. And then he caught it, I was like, oh, or going to be difficult play at least. And I was like, Wyndham Clark 3 up here on Gary Woodland. As usual, I'm going to concentrate on the race, but I have the other TV at Studio G here working on other sports, and that's.
I like how someone in this track drying truck is a West Virginia fan.
Interesting. well, they're very popular in the trucking community, so I guess it fits, I suppose. A lot of blue collar people pull for West Virginia. A lot of blue collar people drive trucks, and I bet you didn't think I was going on that end with it. Remember, we've got listeners we're trying to please.
Oh, that's right.
We don't know where they're from. Although I did say something. But I did make another snide comment I made yesterday. I think when Trent Alexander-Arnold came on for Real Madrid, when a substitute comes on, the way soccer works, you can kind of tell, do the half Bill Weber life story deal. I said something about the fact that, signing last year after he left Liverpool. Of course, Liverpool fans were unhappy with that move. When are they ever happy when something doesn't go their way, though?
I would love to hear Bill Weber do a life story of Trent Alexander-Arnold.
Trent Alexander-Arnold's story is well known. Played at Liverpool for many years, then left for Real Madrid. His fans called him a rat.
Van Dijk is a veteran.
Gosh. Yeah, there, and he's trying to back away from the ball. I do not understand. Yeah, he could have just spiked like a volleyball if he wanted to.
Oh my God!
Someone just threw a projectile from the stands. Holland about to run over the projectile. Make sure he doesn't.
Oh my God!
It's a shot.
They need this race to go green so quick.
One of the stupidest sequences in NASCAR history. God rest the soul of those involved that aren't with us, but stupid sequence.
They have it at this racetrack.
Yes, 21 years ago. And then that comment Bill made when he said Robbie was going to be called to the holler afterwards and said helmet not included or something like that. I was like, Jesus, Bill.
Oh, Bill Weber.
That's his fault, dude.
Bill Weber is a goat. I don't care what anybody says.
Well, it's his fault. It's his fault. Like a bullfighter.
All right. Field doubled up, and I think we're about to start shortly, thankfully, mercifully. Sunshine UI2RF says, when is the race starting? When is the damn race starting? Y'all talk too damn much. Shut the bleep up. What do you want from us? We're having to talk about absolutely nothing. Would you rather us mute our mics? You know what? Don't answer that.
Yeah, I was about to say something like that, and I was like, he's probably gonna be like, Yeah, that actually is an option that could happen. So let's just not have him answer that.
Yeah, let everybody listening just listen to, no noise. Sure.
I'll say this. Golly gee, for a guy with a username of Sunshine, you don't seem like you have a sunny disposition.
No.
Anyway, like that Steve Wilkos. And let me tell you something, mister. You keep making threats, you come back. I like doing that with people. Like, you think this is easy? You try it, mister or Mrs. I did that at Talladega. And Matt was like, no. And you were like, it's fine.
One to go.
Here's your answer, Sunshine. I'm getting one to go this time.
Yes. Yes, Sunshine. We're going racing in about 90 seconds. You may be well worried, Sunshine. All right, so again, a wet weather start to this race. Tyler Reddick and Josh Berry on the front row. Reddick has dropped to 4th in the championship standings. It has been just a terrible summer for him. Josh Berry was the runner-up in this race a year ago. The Wood brothers have never won at New Hampshire, Seth. He nearly did last year. He's got a shout today. It's a very important race. It's the next to the last race before the chase begins. And we start on wet weather tires on a damp racetrack at the Magic Mile.
Who knows how this start's going to go, but one thing's for sure, it's going to be wild. Reddick, Berry, Byron, Hamlin, Van Gisbergen, Bell, your first 6. For the start of the Dollar Tree 301 at New Hampshire, here's Walnut Cove, North Carolina's Matthew Owens.
Watch for cars to be here, there, and everywhere on the start. Green flag goes up in the air. In wet weather conditions, it's time to drop the hammer in Loudon, New Hampshire. Denny Hamlin spins the tires from the outside of row 2. Josh Berry rockets to the apron of turn 1. Tyler Reddick goes all the way to the wall, and we're 5 wide in the middle of the pack.
And then Berry washed up the track. He must have hit one of those painted spots because he slipped way up the track. That allowed William Byron to get by. He goes to 2nd. Berry now side by side with Van Gisbergen for 3rd. At the front, though, Tyler Reddick leads the race with Byron 2nd as Van Gisbergen now darts to the apron. Reddick spins off 4.
Tyler Reddick, the leader, spins off turn 4 in front of the face of traffic. Everyone seems as if he's going to avoid Reddick, and now one car has run into him. Off the top of the outside wall, off of turn 4, that is his car owner, Denny Hamlin, along with Chris Buescher. Caution comes out, Reddick spins from the lead off of turn 4, and then Denny Hamlin, who stood on the brakes to try to avoid him, just nudged him as he got squeezed up against the outside wall. Chris Buescher had to come to a stop, and Reddick just spun all on his own from the lead in front of everybody, Seth. William Byron takes the caution as the leader. Shane Van Gisbergen sneaks into 2nd. Josh Berry lost positions as he had to avoid the spinning like a top Reddick, and we're under caution with the pole sitter spinning at the end of lap 1 in wet conditions in New England.
We said we didn't know what was going to happen. And, well, on cue, a lap 1 spin for Tyler Reddick as his warm weather season, late spring to early summer, his warm weather nightmare continues. So apparently Matthew Owens is not the only person who has warm weather nightmares. Tyler Reddick does too.
Boy, that's great avoidance by a lot of other guys. I mean, Hamlin, standing on the brakes, just nudged him. There's not going to be hardly any damage to either Reddick or Hamlin, and Chris Buescher, I think, got stopped just about in time to avoid contact, and everybody else veering to the left, including a couple of cars coming to pit road. That is some amazing avoidance by everyone as the leader in wet weather conditions went spinning in front of absolutely everybody. Whew. Well, we knew that this would be a very sketchy start to this race, but that's a great job by everyone to avoid that being a big pileup.
A very slippery start. I feel like Bestwick when he said it's going to be a sideways run. It's a slippery start here at New Hampshire.
Yes. The joys of the internet. Got someone calling us idiots in a comment just below another comment that says that we're a GD national treasure. The life of living on the internet.
Well, to quote someone whose podcast you've appeared on a couple of times, we do it for the fans. We do it all for the fans.
We sure do.
We appreciate the comments, both good and bad.
And we appreciate the passion.
Yes. At least people care.
When you really got to worry is when no one comments.
Yeah.
And believe me, you would be far from the first person to call us idiots. You know who's the first to call us idiots? Ourselves.
Yeah. Like, I remember telling you one time that, we were talking about this one time, and I was mentioning, me and Matthew and my father, we was talking about the two of us. I was talking about it to my father, and my father was like, "Yeah, you two bunch of degenerate idiots." And I was like, "Well, yeah, no kidding. Get in line." Like, is that supposed to offend us or anything? He's like, "Nah, I just wanted to say it."
Just wanted to say it.
Or no, see, it's just the truth. I was like, well, Unsurprisingly, Reddick's coming down pit road for Mr. Feelgoods.
Yep. So under caution, William Byron leading lap 1. The 8th race in 2026 that Byron has led as he sneaks through the carnage of lap 1. Shane Van Gisbergen in second. You've got the entire running order on your screen here. And we will re-rack everything and go again. But
so, indeed, that is just how everything is. That's just how it goes, I suppose, with the weather. Iowa leading New Jersey 3-0, bottom of the 5th of the Little League World Series.
Yeah.
Last assignment on U.S. soil for Mike Monaco before he goes to Ireland next week.
Yep, that's right. And then he'll be rushing back over here because presumably he'll do another football game week 1, but he'll also be a part of the U.S. Open coverage.
Yeah. And it's a heck of a fact because he's the new Friday night voice, so he's going to be on Miami and Stanford.
Oh, there you go. That's right.
So now I don't know who's going to be on Colorado, Georgia Tech, but I'm just sitting there thinking, the games I'm doing: NC State, Virginia, West Durham, Miami, Stanford, Mike Monaco, Boise State, Oregon, Brad Nessler. Maybe I didn't pick the best games to do if I want people to listen to me. Now, Matthew gets it. The first 3 games he's picked, kind of fits he could, he picked the good ones, fit that bill. A collision of tigers at Death Valley.
Oh, jeez. Oh, my God.
You know what he's going to say. You know that's how he's going to start that game.
It's the Tiger King collision.
And then, I'm after Carol Baskin.
And we really might not be able to financially recover from it.
And then in week 2, he's really going to have the collision part of it for Ohio State and Texas.
Mm-hmm.
And then the things he's going to come up with for LSU and Ole Miss in week 3.
Yeah. Yeah.
What took ESPN so long to make that announcement? Game day. Great post by you, by the way, saying that USC Rutgers got screwed. Anyway, pace lights are off. Back to work we go.
Yes. All right. Toyota Camry pace car will come back to pit road, and we'll do it again. This time, William Byron, the control car, outside row 1. Shane Van Gisbergen to the inside of him. Green flag, back up into the air with the track drying. Van Gisbergen takes off from the inside of row 1. He'll take it all the way to the apron of turn 1. Ty Gibbs is in his tire tracks. Way up high is where you find William Byron, Josh Berry, and Christopher Bell.
Van Gisbergen almost hit that inside wall down there. He was very close. It's Byron with the lead as they go down the back straightaway. Barry now to the outside. He'll have second briefly as Van Gisbergen makes a dart for the bottom. almost 4 wide, a little further back of the field. It's Byron and Van Gisbergen running 1-2 on the exit of 4.
William Byron will bring the field off of turn 4. He will lead the first full lap under green. Van Gisbergen falls in line second. From Ty Gibbs third, Josh Berry fourth. Christopher Bell in turn 1 takes it all the way up against the safer barrier to try to get alongside Berry.
Tucked back in line, though, behind Berry on the exit of turn number 2. Single file for the first handful of positions, as everybody seems to sit down. I say that, and now Bell goes to the inside of Berry. 4th place, the battle there. One thing you got to be careful with, that blue painted area, man. Make sure you don't hit that. I think Berry did. That's why he went from bottom to top early.
Yeah, all the painted lines, the white hash marks, and then the blue and white line that makes up the separation from the racing surface to the apron. When they are wet, it is very tricky. Byron leads, just one top 10 finish in his career at New Hampshire. He leads still from Van Gisbergen and Bell.
Byron with the lead coming out of that number 2 corner. Then Van Gisbergen and Bell is on the move. Here he goes outside of Van Gisbergen for the number 2 position. As Bell tries to run the outside, Van Gisbergen is all the way down towards the apron. Byron now cutting off, gets a little loose off 4.
Byron wobbles, holds on to the car. Van Gisbergen, meanwhile, will hold on to the second position with Christopher Bell hot on his heels third. Into turn 1. Byron going middle of the racetrack. Now he'll drift up between the 3rd and 4th hash marks in the corner.
Top 3 under a blanket. Now a little wobble from Bell on the exit of turn number 2. It's still William Byron in the lead by 2 car lengths over Shane Van Gisbergen. Now Bell takes it way to the outside while Byron and Van Gisbergen are both on the apron.
Yeah, Byron will bring the field off of turn 4 again, down this 1,500-foot-long main straightaway. Flashes across the line. His lead on Shane Van Gisbergen, 3 car lengths. Under braking to turn 1. Van Gisbergen is nearly out of the state. He's so low, near the grass this time in 1 and 2, while Bell loads up a run around the top.
New England states are so small and so close together, he could be in 3 different states at every end of the racetrack, just about. It is Byron with the lead. Bell remains second now. Bell cuts it down to the apron, and boy, you can tell from the onboard that car's got some real speed on it.
Yeah, and he's just trying to withhold all of the speed and power in that car in these conditions. He clears Van Gisbergen, now will stretch away from him. Bell puts his eyes on the leader, William Byron.
And he is stalking him like you wouldn't believe. He's on him like white on rice. Back straight away. Bell to within a car length, and now here he goes. Bell to the inside of Byron on the approach to turn number 3. Looking for the race lead. Bell's got it by a scotch. Byron trying to fight back topside.
Well, you got Bell in Manchester, New Hampshire right now, while Byron's still racing in Loudon. Byron gets the run off the top of turn 4. He'll hold the lead for now, but Bell still able to fill up his rearview mirrors on the way back to 1.
So it continues to be Byron ahead of Bell. Those two have now pulled away by about 8 car lengths over Shane Van Gisbergen. It is Byron by a car length over Christopher Bell. They go to turn 3. Bell now darts to the bottom of the racetrack, trying to pull alongside Byron. It's still Byron with a slim advantage.
All 4 tires on the apron for Bell, while Byron is 4, maybe even 5 lanes higher up than him in the corner. Off turn 4 and across the line, Byron not only leads, but he puts a little bit on Bell now, Seth. It was 1 car length half a lap ago. Now it's 5.
Yeah, he's really starting to leg it out. Further back, corporate teammates battling for 5th. Josh Berry has the spot. Ryan Blaney wants it. Berry will say it again. He is in an audition for the last dozen weeks of this season. He's not coming back to that Wood Brothers 21. He'd like to get a shot somewhere else.
And Blaney fills up the rearview mirrors of that red and white motorcraft Ford for the Wood Brothers. These were the top 2 finishers in this race a year ago. Blaney won it. Berry was second. Right now they run 5th and 6th, nose to tail as they go back to turn 1.
Blaney goes just a coach higher than Berry. Now he has to tuck back in line behind him. So Berry keeps the spot ahead of the Ryan Blaney automobile. Again, it is now Byron by nearly a full second over Bell, then Van Gisbergen, Gibbs, Berry, Blaney, Larson, Briscoe, Jones, and Zilich in the top 10. Eric Jones might have his chase chances to take a major dent last couple weeks. He needs a good run today. doing it so far.
Yep, running in the 9th position. You mentioned Connor Zilic in 10th, so that's 2 cars in the top 10 for Trackhouse, and Ross Chastain is 13th. For you Tyler Reddick fans, as you see, he's not made up any positions on the restart. He still runs 36th and last. Turn 1, Chase Elliott takes it to the apron. He's going to get passed, however, by John Hunter Nemechek in that exploit.
He sure is in that Dollar General car. Again, if you weren't with us earlier, number change on that car to onto the 40th anniversary of the sponsor Dollar Tree. Elliott with a big dart to the inside, and now Logano does likewise in front of him. A.J. Allmendinger's in this kerfuffle as well.
Joey Logano, mentioned earlier, got his first career Cup win here at New Hampshire in 2009. He's a 2-time winner here in Loudon. Currently running is the 22 car in position number 23, ahead of this squabble between Allmendinger, Nemechek, and Elliott.
On the back straightaway now, it's going to be Nemechek tucking in behind Allmendinger and just ahead of Elliott. Behind Elliott, you have that red, white, and black number 7 of Daniel Suarez trying to work around, and Suarez almost gets into Elliott.
Denny Hamlin is there, too. Of course, Reddick lost all those spots because he spun on the opening lap. Hamlin got caught up in behind all of that, so he gave up a lot of track position as well. Further up, Austin Hill trying to make a pass and does on Cole Custer. That's 19th.
So Hill takes that 19th position away from Custer. If you're wondering why we're at 19th, William Byron's lead is now north of 2nd. Custer now falls into the clutches of Michael McDowell and Todd Gilliland.
So approaching lap 20 here, 1 caution with a Tyler Reddick spin off of turn 4 at the end of the first lap. We are on wet weather tires. The rain has stopped, and you can see a very obvious dry line that is starting to form, Seth. It's right against the safer barrier on the straightaways, and when you get into the corner, it's only about a groove and a half, maybe 2 grooves from the safer barrier in the turns, and that's where all these cars are racing, creating that dry line.
Indeed, that is the case. Here is Allmendinger, Nemechek, Suarez, and Elliott. That foursome battling. Oh, Elliott almost bumps Suarez, and now Denny Hamlin's going to join this fight. Remember, he got stuck back there earlier and got involved in that deal with Reddick on the first lap.
Here's Suarez, good run off of turn 4. He'll cut it to the inside of Nemechek, but he's got his left side tires not in the dry line. Suarez gets into the corner hot. He slides up, shoulder to shoulder with Nemechek in turn 2.
Yeah, Nemechek went up the hill there, so Suarez will pass him, and now Elliott will pass him. Meanwhile, Matthew, you've got a battle for second.
Shane Van Gisbergen will make the dive into the damp part of the racetrack in turn 1. Onto the apron, he'll try to pull a slide job on Christopher Bell for second. Can't do it. Bell holds on.
So Bell keeps the spot. Good run, though, from Van Gisbergen to stay in that 3rd position. They head down the back straightaway and into the number 3 corner. Now Bell sliding up a little bit. Van Gisbergen has a good run. Gets to the bumper, but can't make a pass.
Not surprising to see Van Gisbergen on a track where you do have to use a lot of brakes and in wet conditions be this solid here at the start. Will it stay that way throughout the day? Alongside Bell, under braking to turn 1, he'll pull up alongside again. This time he'll put a nose in front. Van Gisbergen's got the spot.
Great move by Van Gisbergen and got a spin.
John Hunter Nemechek on the exit of turn 4 has looped it, picks up a gear, keeps going. We stay green. So Nemechek with a similar loop coming off of turn 4 that Tyler Reddick had earlier. The Dollar Tree number 40 keeps going. He's lost a lot of track position, Seth, but he didn't lose his car, but he will drop all the way back to 36th and last. Further up, the other Dollar Tree car in some trouble. He just got elbowed wide off of turn 4 by Connor Zilic, who makes the pass on Jones. Also, Zane Smith will get around him. That's Jones outside the top 10. What happened to Nemechek?
Can we say wheel hop on an oval? Because that's what it kind of looked like, and he hits the wall. Wow, I'm really surprised they didn't throw a caution for that. He gets the wall there. Yeah, I'm sorry. That looked a lot like 1 and 2 from that camera shot, so I thought that was your thing, so that's why I didn't speak right away. So my mistake on that. But Nemechek has now been lapped by William Byron, and here comes Van Gisbergen out of Narnia.
Yeah, Van Gisbergen is on the prowl, Seth. They're off turn 2 down that 1,500-foot back straightaway.
Yeah, about 5 car lengths the gap between Byron and Van Gisbergen. Let's go back to Logano, Elliott, Suarez, as we're having bipolar stuff going on with the camera.
Suarez deep into turn 1, gets alongside Elliott. This is a battle just outside the top 20. And meanwhile, Van Gisbergen right underneath the rear spoiler of Byron, under braking to turn one. Van Gisbergen half a groove higher. Oh, but then he bobbles in the center of the corner and has to catch the car.
Yeah, he does. Still got a decent run on Byron. He's within a half a car length, maybe even a third of a car length down the back straightaway. Approaching turn three. Here's Van Gisbergen all the way to the inside, but Byron is going to maintain the advantage.
William Byron in that red, white, and blue Raptor Chevrolet number 24 slides it wide out of turn number 4, comes back across the line, leads Shane Van Gisbergen by 2 car lengths, and these two are in a private battle for the lead, Seth, because Christopher Bell has fallen 3 seconds adrift.
Yeah, he's in Vermont. And here's Van Gisbergen to the inside, battling Byron for the race lead. He's got the car. He's got the move. New leader at Loudon. New leader in the Granite State. It's the Kiwi man, Shane Van Gisbergen.
Don't take it for granted what Shane Van Gisbergen can do in these kinds of conditions. To the lead he goes. He did not lead a lap here last year in his first run in New Hampshire. Started 10th but finished 32nd. He's at the opposite end of the pylon today.
So Van Gisbergen now with a very, very comfortable lead. Not very comfortable. He's trying to make it a comfortable lead. Meanwhile, further back, you got Briscoe Zilich and Ryan Preece has made a move into the top 10. So Eric Jones, that has not recovered from that little issue. He's now outside the top 10.
And Nemechek continues to get lapped by multiple cars. Meanwhile, the leader, yeah, he does. He might even have a broken toe link after that contact with the wall. Leader Shane Van Gisbergen puts a lap on Cody Ware, Seth, and that means he's only about 5 seconds back of lapping Tyler Reddick.
Which is wild to think about, as Van Gisbergen now comfortably by himself through turns 3 and 4. As that black, green, and white, and yellow, multicolored 97 car heads off the number 4 corner.
Exits turn 4, and he is putting a gap on William Byron as Van Gisbergen comes across the line. He beat Byron that last lap by 9/10 of a second. The lead is north of 3 seconds.
AJ Allmendinger is that Ty Dillon? I think it's Ty Dillon. Yes, thank you, colleague. Thank you, Chris Rice, for making us smile and giving us multiple colored paint schemes this week as he goes by the Ty Dillon automobile. And we got a battle for fourth, too. That's Ty Gibbs, Josh Berry, and Ryan Blaney. A 3-car mix there. Berry goes a little bit high, so too does Blaney. And Larson's in there, too.
We talked about Josh Berry, second in this race last year. This is his 3rd New Hampshire start. So the other one, which was 2 years ago, the race that finished in the rain, he finished 3rd in that race. So he has an average finish of 2.5 in 2 New Hampshire Cup starts.
Not too bad.
Yeah.
4 cars under a blanket for 4th. That battle continuing between Gibbs, Berry, Blaney, and Larson as they head down the back stretch and into the number 3 corner. Gibbs has the spot. Now Gibbs washes up a little bit. Here comes Berry to the inside of him. And Josh Berry's going to power by and take the 4th spot.
Berry muscles his way past Gibbs. Now Ryan Blaney will get underneath the rear spoiler of the Monster Energy Toyota. Berry to 4th. Gibbs backslides to 5th. Blaney and Larson is at the back door knocking.
Yep. And Blaney is trying to go to the inside of Gibbs. And now Larson to the outside of Blaney as they go side by side. Gibbs now moves the car just a little bit to the bottom, now back top as he goes to turn number 3. Larson within a half a car length of him as Larson tries to go to the outside of Gibbs. Gibbs shuts the door on him, though. We'll see what kind of a run Larson has.
Again, just to try to describe what the racetrack is looking like, a dry line has been very obviously forming ever since we went green. There are no more raindrops falling from the sky as Larson will work his way inside of Gibbs off of turn 2, Seth. He hip checks him wide.
Does hip check him wide, so really dangerous battle there, really getting a argy-bargy and elbowing stuff there. Yeah, he really just bullied his way past Gibbs, did Larson there.
And if you're wondering what the lap times are that you're seeing on your screen and what these conditions are doing to the lap times, remember the pole speed yesterday from Tyler Reddick, the pole time, 29 seconds flat is what Reddick ran yesterday to win the pole. And you see most of the time on your screen from the last lap, drivers are running a 34-second lap. So the pace is about 5 seconds slower in these conditions, but the pace right now is being set by Shane Van Gisbergen, Seth, a 5-second lead on William Byron. Meanwhile, Kyle Larson made that pass on Ty Gibbs a moment ago. Ryan Blaney has since made a pass on Gibbs, and those two in lockstep formation are going to go after Christopher Bell for the fourth position, further back in traffic. Brad Keselowski, 18th in the championship standings, 19th in the running order. He's just behind Austin Hill and Alex Bowman. They're in turn 2.
Turn 2 they are. Keselowski just kind of watching through, seeing what happens, trying to pick his spot where he can go as Bowman's in that little battle right in front of him. Meanwhile, going back to turn 1, 4th place.
That's where Kyle Larson applies the full court press on the back of Christopher Bell.
So Bell just ahead of Larson for that number 4 position. Bell has backslid a little bit since that early charge he had. Maybe saving the car, maybe who knows, but whatever the deal is, Bell has dropped back to P4, and now Larson falling into the clutches of Blaney for 5th.
Meanwhile, unseen by the USA Sports cameras, Shane Van Gisbergen has put a lap on pole sitter Tyler Reddick. Reddick, running in 32nd, has gone a lap down. So too is Riley Herbst, Austin Dillon, A.J. Allmendinger, and Chris Buescher. Van Gisbergen's pace is blistering right now.
He absolutely is blistering his way through the field. They continue to race on here at New Hampshire, and Larson now trying to go outside, and Bell is right in front of him with Cody Ware playing the role of roadblock.
Not a lot of places to get out of the way in conditions like this for Cody. He tried the best he could. Bell, Larson, and Blaney will finally get around as Bell holds on to that 4th position.
So he holds on to the 4th position, does Christopher Bell. Larson now runs to the inside as to tuck back in line. Ryan Blaney about a car length back in the 6th position. The battle for 4th rages on. It's Bell and Larson through 3 and 4.
Meanwhile, towards the front, William Byron, who led the early part of this race. He is now 7.7 seconds behind Shane Van Gisbergen. You can see the lap times on your screen. That last lap, Van Gisbergen 9/10 faster than Byron. Shane right now, he just has the pace over everyone in these conditions and on wearing wet weather tires on a drying racetrack. Meanwhile, Ross Chastain going the wrong direction. He gets overtaken off turn 4 by both Eric Jones and Austin Hill. In fact, there might be a tire rub from the right front of that one car, Seth. I think that wet weather tire has run on a dry track too long and it's starting to blister.
Yeah, there looks to be some smoke coming out of that Kubota number 1 car. It's really smoking as he goes outside in turns 3 and 4. So that's, I mean, I get it. You don't want to pit under green, but that's an issue that's going to be fixed because if you don't go pitting, then guess what? Don't go pit. It's going to be even worse for you.
He's dropped to 17th. Brad Keselowski is quickly closing. Also happening quickly is Shane Van Gisbergen putting cars a lap down, and we still have a little more than 30 laps, right at 31 laps to go now in this stage, and he is starting to put a number of cars down a lap. Kyle Larson has had to back away from the bumper of Christopher Bell, but Ryan Blaney is still on the back of Larson. That battle for 5th in turn 2. They'll head down the back straightaway and continue that battle for position number 5. You see the running order on your screen. Stage 1 is 70 laps long. We're about 40 laps now as Van Gisbergen comes across the line. He is 40 laps into this race. He's behind lap traffic in turn 2.
Austin Dillon and Cole Custer, the 2 cars that are in front of him as he exits turn 2. We got caution on the speedway.
Yellow flag is waving over the New Hampshire Motor Speedway, and I believe this may be a NASCAR mandated caution. Yes, this is a competition caution for teams to be able to come down pit road and put on dry tires. Now, if you are a fan of international motorsport, particularly any form of motorsport that races in wet conditions on a normal basis, I understand that this is frustrating because in any other racing series, this would be when the track is dry enough for your liking, you come down and you put dry tires on. You don't have the racing body itself telling you when to put the dry tires on. But again, this is still such an... It's not totally uncharted waters in NASCAR, but it is still new for NASCAR to be racing in wet weather conditions on an oval. And in the name of safety, they don't want to leave it up to the teams on when to change from wet weather tires to dry tires. So this competition comes out. I know there's going to be a lot of Shane Van Gisbergen fans that say, what are we doing? Got a 6-second lead here. And he could have kept putting a gap on Byron and the rest of the field. But again, we haven't done this often enough, Seth. We haven't run on a wet oval enough for NASCAR to feel comfortable enough to say, we're just going to put it in the hands of the teams and we're not going to insert ourselves.
Yeah, I agree. But you know how this fan base can be sometimes.
Yes.
We got to have somebody to blame.
And again, I think eventually, the more this happens, I think we'll get to that point eventually of where we'll leave it up to the teams on, what tires they want to come and put on. Ross Chastain has come down pit road. We notated that tire wear that he had on the right front. They've taken that right front tire off, and there is still smoke pouring out of that right front fender. They're actually also going to raise the hood on the Kubota number 1. Of course, Chastain in the mix to try to make the chase over these next 2 weeks. 18th in the championship standings. He started the day 63 points below the cut line. Of course, stage points are on the line, too, over these next 20 or so laps, and Shane Van Gisbergen right now is in a spot where he could pick up a load of stage points. Ryan Preece currently runs 9th. That would be worth 2 stage points. But for Ross Chastain, not only is he not going to get any stage points, Seth, he might even fall off the lead lap.
Yeah, more than likely he will. As they come down pit road up, but Alex Palou has crashed out of the race, causing a full course caution, wiping out Kyle Kirkwood's big lead in DC, and a soccer signing of note after these pit stops.
Yeah, and pit stops are underway, and because this is a competition caution in wet weather conditions, these are non-competitive pit stops. So these pit crews will be able to take their time not to slip and get injured on pit road in very wet pit boxes, and these are non-competitive stops. They will restart in the running order that they were in when the caution came out. So competition caution here just past the 40-lap mark of the Dollar Tree 301, which has been started in wet weather conditions here at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. What do you got, Seth?
You're familiar with the name Briel and Bolo, right?
Oh, yes. Switzerland, Swiss player. He's done a lot of good things for the national team.
He just signed with Atlanta United.
Oh, and that's not Atalanta. That's
correct.
Atlanta, yes.
Yes, the MLS team in the American state of Georgia. His old club, Rennes, by the way, our buddy Pierre Moss is doing that on his sister station.
Yeah.
They lead ESG 2-0.
Really? Wow. Okay.
So it has been the greatest start. For them, they did just enough to beat Aston Villa in the Super Cup, but then they lost that French Super Cup, the French Communauté Shield, as some would call. But I love how the English, everybody else calls it a Super Cup, and the English, no, we call it the Community Shield. By the way, I should have said this last week. Happy Let's Overreact to Everything Day, also known as the Community Shield.
Well, yes, indeed. Of course, that was.
Although, as much as I hate to say it, I gotta say, if you're asking me, there is zero doubt, in more ways than one, who the biggest winner of this Premier League weekend was. Is Arsenal.
Oh, yeah.
They won. City should have dropped points. Didn't look great. Oh, McLaughlin's crashed while making a pass. Oh, he's hit the ball. Oh, and now more spinning. Rosenquist. Oh Lord. But anyway,
Oh no.
so because yeah, City should have dropped points. Didn't look particularly great. Liverpool dropped points. Maybe they're not a threat, but United and Tottenham drop points. Depending on how big of a threat you thought they are. You just want to take the Mickey out of Tottenham, I guess, would be a thing there. Which unless you're Jack Admiral, I mean, who doesn't want to take the Mickey out of Tottenham? But
sorry, I was just watching that restart. Man, Scotty was going for broke there, trying to take the lead, and
man, he was. Oh, now I know what I was going to say. Real quick before we get, because we are doubled up here, but first off, Max Johnson has been named the starting quarterback at Georgia Southern.
Oh my God,
he's been in college, so he started for Orgeron in his last year at LSU, Jimbo Fisher in his last year at A&M, and Mac Brown in his last year at North Carolina. Put the fries in the bag, bro. But yes, Yes, I want a Diet Coke. Look, I want a Diet Coke with that, Max, or a Coke Zero with that, Max. I'm trying to watch my figures. I order a 5,000 calorie burger.
Adonis-like body the two of us have.
Oh yeah.
And when I say that, I mean it looks like we ate Adonis.
I thought they were doubled up. Apparently, they are not. So,
no, there's trying to sort the running order because of those non-competitive pit stops.
That is true. But you talked about Rebecca Lowe, and you said Dan loves her. Who does it? I told someone, I said, if anybody born outside of the United States could earn the title America's Sweetheart, it'd be her.
Oh, yes. I remember about this now. I wish I was a little bit taller. It says, how about Hull City? I remember you mentioned that. Was it last week? I think we had a comment.
I thought he was a Wolves. I thought he was a Wolves
fan. Oh, was it Wolves?
I think it was Wolves.
Oh, okay, maybe it was Wolves. Well, yes, Hull.
But still, Hull City, yeah. I mean, that's your story of the weekend.
Yeah. You like Wolves or Tigers better?
Oh my.
Yes.
Lions and Bears. We'll have them plenty on the network coming up.
Yeah, we will.
My question is, are we going to make a habit out of doing events from Detroit like we did a couple of years ago?
Yeah, really.
Because when we were in Detroit a heck of a lot, because the Pistons were getting good. As we were getting back in the NBA, we do a lot of Red Wings games, even though they haven't been in the playoffs for forever. And God, last year.
Oh, Lord.
What about a collapse that fell under the cracks last year? How did they do that?
Dylan Larkin doesn't want to be back. Yeah.
It's a sad day for one of the proudest franchises in the history of this sport.
And I mean, Larkin has had enough, because remember, that's a guy from Waterford, Michigan, played collegiately at Michigan, has been with the Red Wings his whole career, and he said, enough's enough. Yeah. A lot of people think he might be on his way to Anaheim. We'll see.
That'd be an interesting move.
But yeah, Hull, as you said, Hull, amazing result for, again, a team that 2 years ago avoided relegation to League One by goal difference. And now here they are in the Premier League beating Manchester United, who, them and Tottenham have just become the same club. I mean, it's terrible season, have a great summer, get all excited about what the upcoming season's going to bring, and get off to another terrible start, only to then have a second half of the season where you can rekindle some hope. Again, have a great summer, then get off to a terrible start. It's just a rotation right now.
Well, you have to remember that wasn't the case for Tottenham last year.
That's true. They did not have a good second half.
No, they were like Molly Hatchet, flirting with disaster.
They finished 17th in back-to-back years.
For those that don't know,
we call them a Big Six club. 17th in back-to-back years.
Yeah, they got Big Six money, but they don't have Big Six aura play. But I thought Aston Villa should replace them in that, honestly, just because, well, their history for starters, and then they've done well with things.
But I tell you what, Spurs were pathetic yesterday, but the story does need to be Brentford, who they might be in the title conversation at least come Christmas.
Wow, you're going to go that far. Okay,
I think come Christmas they will be top 4.
I guess, yeah, like I said, I really didn't have too many bold, like the only bold take I really had for the season was that, again, talk about aging like milk, I thought Hull were going to set the record for lowest Premier League points tally ever, which is 11. The record's 11. It's come under threat a couple times, but they weren't that great in the championship last year, and I was like, as Ross Chastain has gone behind the wall.
Oh, wow. So this is a
that
real issue for Ross, and he could be mathematically eliminated from the chase today.
Yeah, this is probably going to be the end of his chase. Well, even if he's not mathematically eliminated, it's the end of his chase hopes realistically. He would need a lot to happen. So this is an absolute the last thing he needed here on lap number 49. But
yeah. So you said Hull was going to break the record for lowest point total ever, which is 11, and they've already scored 3. That's about 27% of the way there already.
Yeah.
Look at you go.
Shows what I know. I know my stuff, don't I?
And the one that wants to be a little bit taller says, I can't stand Tottenham. Agree on Brentford.
Right on, brother.
We've got Fulham and Chelsea tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern time.
And I don't know if you've looked at the doc or if you heard me say it at halftime of City where we have Fulham twice this week. I have picked up their Thursday in the Carabao Cup against Wimbledon.
Okay, very good.
We're adding. I'll tell you the next caution. I'll tell you the soccer I've added for the week.
Yep, we'll give you our upcoming schedule for the network at the next yellow. But for now, we're about to go green. So the running order stayed the same. Then they went through the choose, so it put Shane Van Gisbergen and Josh Berry on the front row. Van Gisbergen, the control car, outside of row 1 into the restart zone. Green flag goes up in the air. William Byron shoves the bumper cover of Shane Van Gisbergen off to the lead as they hurdle to turn 1. What are the track conditions like now with this track drying ever quickly?
Joey Logano still wants to go down to the apron, but can't find any traction. He's going to lose a lot of positions. It's Van Gisbergen with the lead, Byron second. Larson now slides in front of Barry to grab the third position. They're stacking them up from about 7 on and back, 3 wide back there, a couple of rows deep.
Shane Van Gisbergen holds the lead off turn 4, but William Byron is hot on his heels. Kyle Larson slots in third. Barry is 4th. Bell is 5th. That top 5 is single file. They are far from single file from 6th on back.
Yeah, Eric Jones is in that mess. Ryan Priest, Ty Gibbs, and a boatload of others. As it is an absolute hornet's nest back. At the front, it's still Van Gisbergen by an inch or 2, probably over William Byron.
They race back to turn number 4. Ryan Priest is loose in the middle of the racetrack off of 4. He was racing underneath Ty Gibbs, and we've got a spin. Off turn 4, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. goes around, backs that Hayek Motorsport Chevrolet into the outside safer barrier. Everyone else avoids car number 47. Caution flies for the 3rd time in this opening stage as Mississippi's Ricky Stenhouse Jr. goes for a ride. On the exit of turn 4, he spins, backs it into the outside wall. We're under caution again, Seth. What happened?
Well, let's see. I think it's another case. Boy, Denny Hamlin's been around all of this today.
Yes.
He got involved in the Reddick deal. He was right behind Nemechek when he lost it, and he was behind Stenhouse when he lost it just now.
Well, Denny calls himself Captain Chaos.
I guess he just wanted to. He wanted to do it all for the fans. Yes.
By the way, real quick, as we said, under the next caution, we'll give you our upcoming USN schedule. Before we do that, though, I see that we've got a lot of new people that are finding us perhaps for the first time, hitting the subscribe button. We have jumped over 1,300 subscribers. It's been a big week for us in gaining subscribers. So if you are new and you've hit the subscribe button, we thank you. Great to have you aboard. If you are new to us, you don't quite know what we do. We do just about everything. NASCAR is one of probably our cornerstone sport, wouldn't you think, Seth, on the channel? But we do so much more, and we're getting into what I've called busy season. I mean, it's right around the corner now that domestic football has started, and now I mean, goodness, college football quite literally starts on this channel next Saturday. Then the NFL will be around the corner. And then, as you know, once the NFL starts, you blink your eyes and it's NHL, NBA, and college basketball season. We do it all around here, Seth. So if you're new to the channel, hit the subscribe button. And we'll have live streams like this of all of the world's biggest sporting events.
There is no such thing as an off season around here. The USM where there is no off season. Well, like Priest got the wall there. So you can fill in the blanks on the non-soccer stuff, but this is the soccer stuff that I've added in addition to Chelsea Fulham there. Tuesday, League Cup, Ipswich against Leicester at 2:45. Wednesday at 3, second leg of the Champions League playoff between Lyon and Fenerbahce. That's tied at 1 after the first leg. We mentioned Fulham Wimbledon Thursday, and then next Sunday morning, Telstar against Ajax. We jump back into the Eredivisie.
And that's Telstar and Ajax, correct?
Yes, Telstar and Ajax.
Okay,
Yep.
very good. So that's what we've got for the football/soccer fans next week. We've got baseball coming up for you next week. We've got Cubs and Diamondbacks tomorrow night, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Also at 9:30 on Tuesday night, Phillies and Mariners. And then on Friday, we are going to do for the first time a fan vote game. It'll be an MLB live stream. We're going to put up a poll at some point this week. Let you, the listeners, vote for what game you want us to do on Friday. The options will more than likely be Dodgers, Tigers, Astros, Mets, Padres, Rays, Mariners, Blue Jays, Rangers, Brewers might be in there as well. But we're going to put up a poll. We're going to let you all vote for it, what Major League Baseball game you want us to do on Friday. So that's what we'll have for you next week as far as baseball. As I mentioned, college football starts next Saturday, week 0. JT loved hearing that. Week 0.
So he heard that. Oh boy, I'm sure that was a reaction.
Yes. NC State at Virginia, not in Brazil. NC State, Virginia next Saturday at 3:30, and then also next Saturday in prime time, the NASCAR Cup Series in Daytona, the Coke Zero Sugar 400, the final race to make the chase.
I can't think of a better Saturday for me. Doing college football, and then I get to do Daytona with you.
And we hope that Mother Nature will play nice with us and let us get it in on Saturday.
I actually, the light flicked on in my mind when I scheduled that at halftime, and I need to go. I forgot to say it during the second half, but I should say, Telstar Ajax is tentatively scheduled for 10:45 a.m.
Yes.
Mother Nature could move that off for NASCAR.
Just as Red Sox Yankees Sunday at 1:30 is NASCAR and Mother Nature dependent. All right, quick cleanup and getting ready for another restart here. It will come with 15 laps to go in the longest 70-lap stage of our lives. Shane Van Gisbergen in control car on the outside of row 1 again. William Byron to his left elbow. Green flag goes back up into the air, and we're underway once again. Van Gisbergen will charge the corner. He's got a nose ahead of Byron, who slips up nearly into the left side of his teammate Kyle Larson.
Josh Berry stacked him up a little further back. It's Van Gisbergen with the lead. Larson and Byron side by side for second. Ooh, they make a little contact through the teammates. Byron goes low, and Larson's going to be in front of Byron by a wheel. Van Gisbergen, your leader.
Larson powers through to second. Now Christopher Bell loads up a run around the top of turn 4. He gets alongside William Byron and passed. And here comes Carson Hocevar. Hocevar, who spun on the pace lap up to 5th and looking for 4th. Meanwhile, a fight for the lead is off turn 2.
Oh, it's the Matt White special at the front. Van Gisbergen and Larson has made the pass. New leader, Kyle Larson to the point at Loudon. Van Gisbergen now back to second, Bell third. But yeah, how about Hocevar? Spun on the pace lap, now he's in the top 5.
Absolutely, up to 4th. Meanwhile, Van Gisbergen, his advantage on the wet racetrack is starting to fade. He's lost the lead, he might lose second. Bell, Hocevar's going to stack it 3 wide in that battle.
Boy, he's not bashful, is he? Carson Hocevar making a dart, and he's going to be in front of Bell for second for the time being. Carson Hocevar on the move, but Bell fights back at the top side. But Hocevar is going to have the preferred line. Bell's got the run.
And meanwhile, that big stage point haul that Shane Van Gisbergen could have had to improve his chances of making the chase might be slipping away. He backpedals to 6th. He's on the back of William Byron in turn 1. His teammate Connor Zilic is just behind.
So the teammate, Connor Zilic is just behind. And you got Ryan Blaney and Josh Berry also in that battle. Here's Byron to the inside of the Ty Gibbs machine, and Byron's going to slide by him.
Yeah, but Byron, middle of the corner, just throttled up hard, gets past Gibbs. Meanwhile, Connor Zilic has gotten by Shane Van Gisbergen, and now Shane has Josh Berry racing to his inside in turn 1 and Ryan Blaney.
As they go down the back straightaway, now you got Bubba Wallace battling back there along with Ryan Preece. They move on through as they continue to battle. Everybody trying to get all the spots they can. And again, the battle really is on because you got to get those stage points.
Yep, you're absolutely right. This racetrack is just about fully dried out, and these cars do have the dry, slick tires on them, and you can see on your rundown the speeds have picked up. Kyle Larson just put a lap in the 29-second bracket.
Blaney and Van Gisbergen continue their battle back there at the 8th position. It's Blaney on the inside, Van Gisbergen on the outside. Ryan Preece is not too far back. Battle for 11th, Wallace and Briscoe banging.
And that's really big for Preece to be this close to Van Gisbergen towards the end of the stage. That's 16th and 17th in the chase.
Yep, so every spot matters for him. You wonder if Connor Zilic is going to be told over the radio, hey, just let Shane by. Because Zilic is not in the... He's out of the playoff contention and has been for some time, or chase contention, has been for some time. Van Gisbergen, though, needing the points. Blaney slid it out of 4.
Yeah, and Van Gisbergen really struggling to hook the center of the corner and get runs coming off. He was able to hold off Blaney. Now Van Gisbergen darts to the bottom of turn 1 to try to get around his young teammate.
So Van Gisbergen and Zilic side by side. Ryan Blaney's got the best seat in the house. Van Gisbergen elbows his teammate. How about that? And now here's Blaney trying to go to the high side as well. But the two Trackhouse cars continue to go side by side.
And Blaney trying to figure out which one to follow. He'll sling it wide off of turn 4. He's in the tire tracks of Zilic. Van Gisbergen still on the bottom, trying to take over this 7th position, which he desperately needs for the points. Zilic slides up. Blaney gets to his outside. They're 3 wide off the turn.
And he's going to do a double overtake. Ryan Blaney with a power move. Moves from 9th to 7th. Van Gisbergen drops to 8th. Zilic is 9th. And then Ryan Preece now back in 10th. He wants a piece of Zilic.
Here comes the New Englander from Connecticut, Ryan Preece, to the inside of Connor Zilic out of turn number 4. This is a battle for the 9th position. Preece has a nose in front as he throws that car into turn 1. And now Chase Briscoe arrives on the scene.
Briscoe now inside of Zilic down the back straightaway as they go side by side, heading into turn number 3. Here is Briscoe. Can he make the pass on him? Yes. Briscoe passes Zilic.
So Zilic backsliding a bit on the last couple of laps. Those two Trackhouse cars of Van Gisbergen and Zilic certainly had a big advantage when they were racing on wet tires on a wet track. Now that it's dried out, that advantage is starting to fade for those two Trackhouse Chevrolets.
Berry now goes behind Gibbs further back. This is a battle for the 5th position. Again, Ty Gibbs and Josh Berry. That's a good battle back there.
So Gibbs and Berry for the 5th position. Gibbs in front of Berry by just 1 car length. Gibbs, of course, a lot of controversy for him around this race a year ago in that spat with teammate Denny Hamlin.
Continues to raise on as Berry goes inside of Gibbs. Down the back stretch now, going to turn number 3. Berry with a good move. Wants to grab that 5th position, and he's got it. Great move for Josh Berry. Gibbs tries but fails with a crossover.
Berry, who's becoming quite the maestro here at New Hampshire. 2 races here and finishes of 2nd and 3rd. He advances his way up into the 5th position as we're down to 3 laps to go in the stage.
So again, the top 10, Kyle Larson is the leader. Then it is Christopher Bell, Carson Osavar, William Byron, Josh Berry, Ty Gibbs, Ryan Blaney, Ryan Priest just passed Shane Van Gisbergen for 8th, and Chase Briscoe is 10th.
And that is a very important pass that Priest just made, so he's in position to score 3 stage points. Van Gisbergen slips to 9th. That would only be 2, and he might be lucky if he gets that because Chase Briscoe is arriving on the back bumper of Van Gisbergen. Kyle Larson, as Seth mentioned, leads by about a second. We're heading towards the final lap of the stage.
So Larson continuing to show the way over Bell. Nearly a full second separates those two as we get set to start the final lap of the stage. And Blaney is chasing Gibbs for 6th.
Yeah, Blaney, who of course is in the fight for the regular season championship, even though it might not be much of a fight as we go to next week. But Denny Hamlin is not going to get stage points here. Blaney's going to try to pick himself up one.
He's got a great run coming off of turn number 2, but he is stuck behind the Ty Gibbs automobile. So here's Blaney going outside. How about the stage win?
Green and white checkered flag waving over Kyle Larson. It has not been a good season to his standards to this point. This is his 5th stage win of the year. Bell finishes in 2nd. Carson Hocevar rallies to 3rd. William Byron 4th. Josh Berry 5th. And Ryan Blaney did complete a turn 4 pass to overtake Ty Gibbs. So it's Blaney in 6th, followed by Gibbs, Priest, Van Gisbergen, and Briscoe, rounding out the points-paying positions as stage 1 comes to an end here in New Hampshire. The caution now flies. One of the busiest first stages that you'll see in a long time. Race started on a damp track with wet weather tires bolted on. Shane Van Gisbergen led by 7 seconds, and then once we got to lap 40, competition caution came out so everyone could change to dry tires with the track dried out. And now the stage ends with Kyle Larson in front. Van Gisbergen led 30 of the 70 laps in that first stage. William Byron led 26. Kyle Larson led the last 15. Tyler Reddick started on the pole. He spun from the lead coming off of turn 4 to complete lap 1 in the wet weather. He fell a lap down, but as you see on your screen back in 31st, he's the first car a lap down. He'll get the free pass. They've just thrown the checkered flag in Washington, D.C., Seth. We'll switch things up, being that race has just ended. Stage 1 here will make this the hot lap. And, this once-in-a-generation, maybe once-in-a-lifetime kind of event, the IndyCar race in the streets of the nation's capital has been won by
Kyle Kirkwood. But remember, stage 1 is the on this day.
Yeah, we'll switch it up.
Oh, okay, wow, so put me on the spot
Yeah,
then.
we'll switch it up since it just ended. Kyle Kirkwood, another street course win for Kyle Kirkwood. He is becoming the street course master as he, for Andretti Autosport, has won the Freedom 250 in the streets of Washington, D.C. An American wins it in D.C. in the America Freedom 250. Let's see, Christian Lundgaard and Will Power rounding out the podium.
You're interested right now on ESPN News, the National Dodgeball League Championship games are on.
Sure. Why
Followed by the 2020.
not?
For some reason, ESPN News is then going to air last year's. What is this from last year? They're going to show here. Anyway, hot lap racing, the World Axe and Knife Throwing Championship. That's a sport you don't want me in. Oh
Nope.
boy, they were, as Vern Lundquist would say, that'd be our first fatality. Lane Riggs led 106 of what ended up being 189 laps yesterday in the Team EJP 175 at New Hampshire.
What a name.
He is the... If that's not your championship favorite, I don't know who is. I mean, Chandler Smith, Caden Honeycutt, Stuart Friesen, Connor Zilich, the rest of the top 5. Friesen with a great run, but he missed out on the last chase spot by 7 points for Tyler Ankrum. Lane Riggs, Caden Honeycutt, Chandler Smith, Christian Eckes, Gio Ruggiero, Ty Majeski, Grant Enfinger, Daniel Hemrick, Ben Rhodes, Tyler Ankrum. That'll be your 10 that will compete for the Truck Series Championship at this year in the Chase. Max Reeves, unfortunately, won another ARCA race. I'm seriously not a big fan of that kid.
By the way, just to clean up, what you just said about the truck chase, it begins in like 3 weeks. They take a long break. Chase begins Thursday, September 17th in Bristol.
Yeah, we've now hit the part of the year where we talk about every series' chase being completely different.
Yes. So, tell us why you don't like Max Reeves, Seth.
I'm surprised. Maybe you haven't made something. His attitude kind of rubs me the wrong way. I don't know. He's trying to be something he's not. Yeah, you're kicking butt in ARCA with the best car in the field by 10 miles. I mean.
Oh.
Yeah.
What just happened on pit road? Christopher Bell took off from his pit box, and one of his pit crew members went flying.
Okay, well, yeah, let's check on that.
He was able to get back up to his feet, and I'm not sure if he just slipped. I mean, there will be portions of pit road still wet. Not everyone has come down pit road under this caution, and William Byron will be coming back.
Yeah, because a passenger on the top of the hood
Oh,
antenna.
Man. And I think Christopher Bell's going to be coming back, too, because the tire changer is the one that went flying with him. He was trying to get the air hose out from underneath the car and couldn't. And when Bell took off, the tire changer and the air hose went out of the box. So that'll be equipment out of the box for both Byron and Bell. Yeah, Byron, the wrench that they put in the back window to make adjustments. He's gone back onto the racetrack with that wrench still in the back window. It's going to be a lot of track position lost for two front runners in Bell and Byron.
That'll change. This will change things. I did not mean to sound like Jerry Baker right there. I don't know why I said it the way I did when I said that. Mohegan Sun 100 yesterday for the modifieds at New Hampshire. John McKennedy. He only led 18 laps, but he led the one that mattered.
Yeah.
He won the race. Tommy Catalano, Ryan Priest, Tyler Rip Kemma, and Trevor Catalano rounded out the top 5. Austin Beers has a 1-point lead over Patrick Emmerling in that race for the championship. And what else we got here? Formula One at Zandvoort today. Norris, Antonelli, and Russell on the podium.
Yes.
Lando Norris has won this race. I do believe it. But anyway,
apparently it was a wild race I did not watch because I'm not paying for another streaming service if I don't have to.
Yes, exactly right. Trying to find what happened in the IMSA. They were a VIR today.
Yeah, GT only race, I think.
Yeah, the Michelin GT Challenge, and my provider on the guide, it said the Michigan GT Challenge.
Okay, thank you.
Well, no, I'm serious. It's what it said.
Thank you. Good job, guys. Good job. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Back-to-back wins for the number 9 PAF.
Yeah.
Brad
Caldarelli won it.
Yeah, the PAF Motorsports team.
Yeah. Then Ben Barker finished it second, and then Frederick Vervasic finished in third spot.
Gosh, it was a big crowd. Oh, my goodness. A Corvette went flying on lap 1 of that race.
That gum. Wow.
Holy smokes.
Now, reminder, if you want to follow along, you can, you want to go to Daytona, and then the chase begins, and a lot of chase races coming up, so get your tickets now before they all sell out, because we have been on a good sellout streak this year.
Yes.
Call the track's ticket officer. Do it the new fashion way. I know it's the reverse of how I used to do that. Just go on the app, the website, whatever, and you can find it. So we would, and if you can't make it to the race, join us.
Yes. By the way, I will add to the hot lap real quick, just because JT had it on a second screen while we were doing baseball last night. A wild finish in the Cars Tour race at Anderson. Good Lord. That was a crazy race. And also, it was the season finale at Bowman Gray. That race was cut short due to rain, but Burt Myers has once again won the Bowman Gray Track Championship. That's Walnut Cove, North Carolina's Burt Myers, with his 12th track championship at Bowman Gray.
Oh, two more things. Bowman Gray in the news this week because they're getting a Truck Series points race next August. That will be quite a show. You mentioned Washington, D.C. They had IROC there this weekend, Matt. Do you want to tell the crowd who won that race? Who won both those races?
Yes, the GOAT, Jeff Gordon, won both of those races. He's the greatest of all time. He beat the best in the world. Elio Castroneves, Kurt Busch, Tommy Kendall. Beat the best in the world. He'd never raced on a street course in his life. I'd say he's pretty good. He's 2 for 2. So, Jeff Gordon.
I think I'd retire from street racing then. We'll quit while I'm ahead.
And we're going to start Stage 2. Many cars did not pit under the caution, including Ryan Preece. He's the leader in control car, green flag up in the air. He and Zane Smith on the front row, and Preece shoots to the lead in turn 1.
So Ryan Preece does shoot to the lead. He'll slide up in front of the Zane Smith car. So Preece has the lead. Smith second, side by side a little further back. Preece keeps the lead by about a car length on the approach to turn 3. 3 wide a little further back in the pack.
Track has just about completely dried out. They are dry, slick tires on the cars. Preece comes around, leads the first green lap of Stage 2. Zane Smith is second. Kyle Larson, the Stage 1 winner, hustling to the inside of Chris Buescher for third.
So the battle on for that number 3 position as they continue to carry on. Now here's Josh Berry trying to go inside of Kyle Larson. Larson cuts out. Oh, Berry moves Larson a little bit up the track. So Berry with a little, coming through, and he makes the pass.
Berry nudges Larson up the banking. Meanwhile, we're 3 wide off turn 4, middle of the pack. Connor Zilich squeezed up across Cole Custer. Ryan Blaney dove to the inside of both of them. Blaney's going to make another double overtake. Second time he's done that today.
Great power move indeed by Ryan Blaney. And Berry and Larson continue that hot and heavy battle for P4, and Bubba Wallace joins that party.
Cars that did not stop under this caution have 36 laps on their tires. And that is the top 3 in Preece, Smith, and Buescher. Josh Berry is the first car in line that pitted under the yellow. He's 4th. For the cars that pitted, Berry, Larson, and Wallace are the top 3 in that segment of drivers.
Down the back straightaway, Preece continues to show the way over Zane Smith on the approach to turn number 3. For those of you wondering, Byron is stuck back in the 30th position. You see on the leaderboard there. And Bell's probably, 31st.
Yep, 30th and 31st for Byron and Bell, who each had pit road penalties. Ryan Blaney, the defending winner of this race, still on the move. Under braking to turn 1, gets alongside Riley Herbst. That's for 9th.
Whoa, way up the track goes Carson Hocevar. I don't know if that was intended to find a groove or if he just slipped. But Hocevar sails up the racetrack and feels the heat now from Connor Zilich. Behind him, Brad Keselowski dives to the inside of the Austin Hill machine. Hocevar and Hill now both go high.
Keselowski at the very bottom where there's very little banking. Meanwhile, Berry on the move at the front alongside Chris Buescher. We got a crash on the front straightaway. Carson Hocevar spinning through the face of traffic. And Joey Logano gets involved. Logano spins across the nose of Austin Dillon. Everyone else is able to avoid any further damage. Logano will pull away with minimal damage. I don't think Hocevar's got a lot of damage, but he certainly has a right front tire that is flat. And maybe, he's got 3 flat tires, does Hocevar, and he is going to pull. He spun right, came to rest past the pit road entry, and he's going to go the wrong way to get back to pit road. NASCAR won't like that too much, but Carson Hocevar, who rallied so much in Stage 1 to get a good Stage 1 finish, wow, he just came down across the nose of Connor Zilich in a straight line. Not fully sure how else to describe that. They had cleared the corner and was going down the straightaway, and Hocevar just turned across Zilich.
Good job, Cole Custer saving it when he was about to lose it.
And then in the aftermath, Logano and Dillon. Oh, and wow, Ty Dillon. Woohoo! That was great avoidance from Ty. Yeah, I'm not fully sure what else to say about that other than that's just a misjudged move by Hocevar, as he just came right down across the nose of Zilich.
Well, the comeback may be on. Ferran Torres has just scored on his PSG debut to pull one back against Rennes with about 20 minutes to go.
Ooh, Logano and Dillon. Pretty blunt contact with the sides of those two cars as they just tried to check up in the car. Oh, wow, and Dillon actually got hit from behind. Yeah, I think Dillon got hit from behind by Daniel Suarez, and when Suarez harpooned Dillon, it shot him into Logano. Wow.
Man.
Not often you see...
That's a rather weird accident.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Not often you see an accident just going in a straight line like that at a track like this. Once again, it's really good avoidance by a number of different guys to avoid what would have been an even larger crash than it became. So, under caution, again here at New Hampshire, just at the start of stage number 2. And I am just going to turn you over...
I gotta get me a water myself, so I'll be back in about maybe 30 seconds. And then I'll take over from there if you need me to.
I'll turn you over to Seth for just a moment as we're going to get something put up here on screen for all of you folks. We'll try to get this done as clean as we can. We're going to get a poll up for you, for you all to vote on. And we're going to do it under this caution. Easiest time to do it is under a caution, so bear with us here. We're going to have 4 different options on this. So let's see.
We are back. I am back, folks.
Okay. I'm going to hand you off to Seth here, and I'll jump back in after I get done typing this and I get it up for everybody.
Okay. So.
Give Seth free reign to talk about whatever he wants to talk about.
That's might not be the best idea. And as they go underneath the hood on the Joey Logano thing. Again, I'll tell you what. I like to do old school things. I'll do old school radio in this instance. The upcoming NASCAR Cup Series schedule. Of course, the regular season ends next Saturday night, as we mentioned, with the Coke Zero Sugar 400 from the Daytona International Speedway. And then the chase begins on Sunday, September the 6th from Darlington Raceway in South Carolina. The Southern 500, 5 o'clock start there. From there, the series moves on to Gateway, September 13th for the Enjoy Illinois 300. That's 3 o'clock start. Race 3 of the chase will be Saturday night, September 19th in Bristol, Tennessee. The Bass Pro Shops night race. That'll start at 7:30 p.m. From there, it's on to the always exciting Kansas Speedway, September 27th at 3 p.m. for the Hollywood Casino 400. October begins on the 4th of that day, and that will also be the halfway point of the chase, the South Point 400. The second half of the chase begins Sunday, October 11th from the Charlotte Motor Speedway. back on the oval this year for the Bank of America 400. From there, it's off to Avondale, Arizona, just outside of Phoenix. The Freeway Insurance 500 on Sunday, October 18th, 3 o'clock start. Sunday, October 25th, it's the Yellowwood 500 from Talladega. That's a 2 p.m. start. The penultimate race of the year will be November the 1st, the Xfinity 500 from Martinsville. And the season finale back to where it once was for a long time, back in what some say its rightful place. Sunday, November 8th, 3 Eastern, the Homestead Miami Speedway, the Cup Series Championship race. So, hope you'll be with us for all those races. Me and Matthew are going to be together on 9, if I'm not saying 9 of those 10 chase races. Of course, the crew will be filling in for us in Bristol because, don't know if you know about this or not, there's a certain football game going on in Oxford, Mississippi that I don't think will be a football game, resemble more of a mass protest of humanity. By the way, do you know, in addition to game day being there, and that Ole Miss, apparently, like the day before, 2 days before, there's going to be an Ella Langley concert in Oxford.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, that's going to be happening places. Perfect timing.
By the way, as you can now see in the comments, we do have a poll up, so be sure to vote in the poll as the green flag flies. And we're back underway with Ryan Preece, again, the control car. He takes off to the lead. Josh Berry cuts underneath him to try to take it.
Josh Berry does make the move, tries to make the move. Oh, good move. He slides up, does Berry. Battle on for the number 2 position. It's Preece the leader, Berry second, Smith third, then Wallace fourth, Blaney fifth.
Off turn 4, Ryan Preece shows the way. They are 3 and 4 wide on the main straightaway, middle of the pack. Christopher Bell trying to make up lost ground. He digs his way underneath Michael McDowell, Chase Briscoe, and Tyler Reddick. That's all happening in the 20s.
Yeah, way back there, the action really getting physical there in the back of the pack. 3 wide, 2 rows deep. As they continue to rage on. As I'm doing my own stuff back here. As Berry looks like I'm moving in front of you.
Yeah, Berry across the line pulls up alongside Ryan Preece. Fresher tires here on the Wood Brothers 21. Berry's going to shoot to the lead off turn 2.
Matthew mentioned the Wood Brothers. There's not many tracks we go to where you can say the Wood Brothers have never won at, but this would be one of them. So we're coming up on the 2-year anniversary of the last win for the. They won last year. Forgot Berry did win in that car last year. So still, it's still been a while since they've won. 4 wide, further back.
4 wide coming off turn 4 between Alex Bowman, Connor Zillich, Denny Hamlin, and Eric Jones. Bowman clears that battle. They're still 3 wide with everyone else in the throng of traffic.
Yeah, it is rush hour traffic here in Loudon as they continue to rage on. Here's Eric Jones, and along with Connor Zillich and Denny Hamlin. Meanwhile, best friends rubbing for third. Blaney inside of Wallace.
Blaney's got a really good car, the Menards Dutch Boy Ford, the defending winner of this race, to the left elbow of Wallace as they cross the line and go back to turn 1. Blaney charges the corner on the bottom. Wallace keeps him pinched down. He'll hold the spot for now.
So Wallace stays at the 3rd position ahead of Blaney. They are still scattered, smothered, and covered back there on the back straightaway. I'm sorry, I know that gets you, but I actually do like that line because I'm a big Waffle House fan.
So here come the leaders through turns 3 and 4. Darrell Wallace Jr. holding on to the 3rd position on Ryan Blaney. But here's Blaney going hard into turn 1. Dives it deep into the corner. Gets alongside Wallace and through.
So the pass is made, and Blaney now moves up to the number 3 position. So a good move made right there by Ryan Blaney ahead of Bubba Wallace. Blaney back to 3rd. Zane Smith has fallen back to the 5th position now.
Yeah, Smith backsliding a bit on his older tires, but the guys that stayed out 2 cautions ago still doing quite well on their older tires, with Preece in 2nd, Smith backsliding to 6th, but they're not dropping like a stone.
Indeed, they are not. Although Preece is falling into the clutches of Blaney as they go into that number 3 corner. Blaney's got a good run on Preece. About a car. Oh, Preece slipped a little bit. Ryan Blaney only 1 top 10 the last 3 races.
Yeah, but he is, of course, really good here at New Hampshire. He just put away Wallace for third, and now just a couple of laps later, he'll make pretty easy work of the 60 of Ryan Preece. Blaney up to second.
So Ryan Blaney now moves to the second position in that yellow and blue number 12 as they race on down the back straightaway. Good side-by-side battles all throughout the pack, but Josh Berry's the man leading the way.
Berry leading by about a second and a half on Blaney. Those two running first and second. They finished first and second in this race a year ago, just in the inverse order, with Blaney winning it and Berry finishing in the runner-up spot.
Indeed, with Preece back in third, Wallace is still fourth. Chris Buescher, I haven't mentioned him too much other than being in that Reddick and Hamlin deal at the opening. He's worked his way up to fifth. Of course, big weekend for RFK with the Fenway Alliance. All three of their drivers making their always appearance. If the Red Sox are at home on Loudon week, then those three drivers make an appearance, and they did at Fenway this past weekend. So it's a big weekend for that team.
Yeah, absolutely is, and they've got a chance to have some big results here this afternoon at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway, with Buescher running in fifth behind Ryan Preece in third, Keselowski in ninth, all three running in the top 10. We talked about how well the Fords ran here last year, and they're got a lot of them in the front here. What is that? 7 of the top 10 right now are blue ovals, with Berry leading Blaney by a second and 2/3, then Preece about 3 seconds back in third.
World Feed listening to us again. They showed that finish from last year between Blaney and Berry.
Yeah, Berry was terrific in this race a year ago. He really was, and he's leading laps here. He'll come off turn 4 and flash across the granite stripe. 30 laps complete here in stage 2. 100 laps down for the race. We're a third of the way through the Dollar Tree 301. Ryan Preece in third. He's got company at the back door.
Yep, and that is a black number 23 car of Darrell Wallace Jr. as they go down the back straightaway. Preece and Wallace continuing to battle for that third position. Down the back straightaway on the approach to turn 3. About a car length separates those two. Preece slides up the racetrack as Wallace continues to attack.
Preece finished third here yesterday in the always entertaining and important modified race here at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Running third now, but it doesn't look like he'll have that spot for much longer as Wallace gets to his inside in turn 1.
Meanwhile, further back is, he tucks back in line. Further back, Denny Hamlin, who's been around all the excitement today, trying to get around the Austin Cindric machine. That is for the 10th position. Wallace, inside, he completes the pass on Preece. This time he is third now.
So Wallace jumps up to P3. He, of course, pitted a couple of cautions ago. He's on the fresh tires as well. Further back, Chase Briscoe is jousting with Christopher Bell and Riley Herbst. This is just outside the top 10.
Outside of the top 10, you got Briscoe trying to make a move on Riley Herbst, but Herbst will stay in front of him. Down the back straightaway they go. Meanwhile, Preece now falling into the clutches of his teammate Buescher for fourth.
So Chris Buescher trying to hold on to a top 5 spot because he's got Kyle Larson charging up to him. Larson, the stage 1 winner, as Wallace begins to tiptoe away from what will be a 3-car battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Ray John down the back straightaway. Wallace is now kind of on his own island back there in that third spot. And Josh Berry with the lead, just less than a second. Here's a 3-wide kerfuffle. Jones, Hocevar, and Logano. Boy, speaking of guys who have been everywhere today, 3 wide as they battle. Hocevar and Logano nearly touch. They do touch at turn 4.
Those are 2 of the cars involved in the last caution. Hocevar neither of those 2 actually stayed on the lead lap. Hocevar and Logano are battling for 30th position, which is the free pass spot, and Eric Jones is between them in turn 2.
Yeah, right behind him you got Noah Gregson and Todd Gillen, and then those 2 college cars of Ty Dillon and A.J. Allmendinger. Logano now in front of Hocevar. Hocevar, though, going back to the inside. Nearly gets to Logano. He wants to get there, but Logano will keep the spot. So
again, next caution that comes out, the first car 1 lap down receives a free pass, and that is the spot that Logano and Hocevar and A.J. Allmendinger are all fighting over.
Great battle here as they work their way into turns 3 and 4. Meanwhile, further back, here is Bell trying to get around, or further up, I say, Christopher Bell trying to make a move on Riley Herbst. Those two Toyotas go side by side through 3 and 4.
Bell trying to make up lost ground after the pit road penalty from the previous caution. He has rallied his way back up to the 14th position. He's trying to take 13th here from Herbst.
Bell on the inside of Herbst on the back, or off of turn 2 and onto the back stretch they go. Here's Herbst staying just ahead of Bell, as Blaney has started to catch Barry.
Yeah, he is. He's tossed the rod and reel out, and he is certainly pulling him in. Blaney is only a car length back. They're off 2.
Fishing reference from Matthew Owens, something you don't expect often, but that's why you listen to us. We are like a box of chocolates. Here is Barry, 2 car lengths over Blaney. I love you, Johnny. Why don't you love me? Outside, he wants to set up a run coming out of 4.
Blaney and the Penske team, of course, as we know, so good on these shorter, flatter tracks. Logano, of course, a winner at North Wilkesboro and Richmond in recent weeks. This is another shorter, flatter track, and here's Blaney emerging towards the front. Meanwhile, change of position at 8th at the start-finish line. Ty Gibbs gets around Zane Smith.
So Ty Gibbs getting around Zane Smith. Meanwhile, Logano trying to do all he can. He's battling with Van Gisbergen. Logano still in the free pass position in 30th. But he is in an absolute hornet's nest with other cars, and who knows how long it'll be before other cars, including him, other cars get lapped.
Yeah, they need the
Needs
caution. Yeah,
needs a flag that matches the color of his car.
Yeah, needs that caution to come out before, as you mentioned, guys like Eric Jones, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., and Michael McDowell fall a lap down. 110 laps up on the board here at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Josh Berry holding on to a tenuous lead. He's got Ryan Blaney just 3 car lengths off of him as they race back to turn number 1. Berry will take it to the bottom of the racetrack. Ryan Blaney will venture up into the middle of the groove.
Got a little loose there coming out of turn number 2, so that should allow Berry to perhaps leg it out again just a little bit. 3 car length separation heading into turns 3 and 4. Blaney, though, with a good run at the center of the corner, cuts about a car length off of that. Meanwhile, Denny Hamlin just grabbed 9th from Zane Smith.
At the start-finish line, Blaney continues to close in on Berry, under braking to turn 1. Berry takes it middle of the racetrack. Blaney in his tire tracks. Now he'll drift a groove higher on the exit of the corner.
He will and try to set up the run. It's still Berry by a car length over Blaney. Berry now goes into that number 3 corner. Josh Berry, the leader. Ryan Blaney second as Blaney tries to formulate a run on the high side once again.
Yeah, Blaney trying to load up that run around the top and use the momentum off the very subtle banking in the corners here at New Hampshire. He draws ever closer. He's within half a car length.
Within half a car length, Blaney trying to make the run, and again, looking to set it up, but it's Berry by about a car length over Blaney down the back straightaway. Blaney will now try it one more time here. And Josh Berry is going to keep the lead as crew chief Miles Stanley looking to play spoiler and steal a win. I know the chase hasn't started yet, but with him being out of it, Matthew, I think we can officially start talking about spoiler winners, which is what we love about this format. Guys can still spoil things. Josh Berry would fit that bill.
Yeah, absolutely right. He still leads by a couple of car lengths on Blaney. These two are 5 seconds clear of the third-place runner, Darrell Wallace Jr. Ryan Preece and Chris Buescher still running in 4th and 5th on their old tires. So this strategy has really worked for the 60 and the 17. You could even say it for the 38 and Zane Smith because he's still running in the 10th position. So Josh Berry leads. Pace is back to where it normally is here at New Hampshire after we got through the spell of racing on a wet racetrack. Speaking of Zane Smith, by the way, he's running in 10th, and he's got Chase Briscoe in the blue and yellow Zepp-sponsored number 19 knocking at the back door. Smith will go up the banking in turns 1 and 2. He'll try to get every bit of that 7 degrees of banking in the corners here, but Briscoe's underneath him.
He is underneath him, and he will fight Zane Smith. So move Chase Briscoe into the top 10 with crew chief James Small looking on. That blue and yellow number 19. making the move. Looks very Napa-ish, does that car.
Meanwhile, further back, Christopher Bell still trying to make up lost ground, running in the 13th position. He's alongside Austin Cindric to his inside, trying to take 12th in turn 1, and he's done it.
Yeah, Cindric trying to get the run going, but couldn't do it. So Bell maintains his spot ahead of Cindric. Josh Berry keeps his lead steady at 0.3 of a second over Ryan Blaney. Meanwhile, Cindric now will fall into the clutches of William Byron.
Cindric with such a great run at Richmond last week. Another short flat track that the Penske cars were great on last Saturday night, putting him 15th in the championship standings as he tries to break his way into the chase. He's just backslid to 13th, and now William Byron starts to close in. Meanwhile, the leaders are starting to close in on the tail end of the pack. They're only about 3 seconds back of Michael McDowell in the 29th position. Chris Buescher and Ryan Preece on their old tires, still running 4th and 5th. Preece has the spot, but Chris Buescher's all over the back of Preece here, Seth, as they race to 2.
And the all-RFK battle for 4th rages on. All 3 of those cars still in the top 10. Preece 4th, Buescher 5th, Keselowski in 7th. Meanwhile, Blaney again trying to make a run at Berry, but unable to do so.
Berry doing a great job ever since Blaney's closed in on him to not allow him to intimidate him, so Berry holds on to the lead for a number of laps. Real quick, just to mention, again, we're doing our first fan vote poll, and it is live in the comments now, so we're going to have an MLB live stream for you Friday night. We've given you 4 different game options, so in the comments, vote which game you want us to bring you on a live stream on Friday night. Dodgers at Tigers, Mariners at Blue Jays, Astros at Mets, or White Sox at Twins. This poll will be there as long as polls are in YouTube comments, I guess, during a live stream. I don't know how long they stay there, but make sure to let your voice be heard and decide which game we will stream for you on Friday night. Chase
We are
Elliott.
a sporting democracy around here.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. And no electoral college to decide this one. Chase Elliott on and off pit road in the Napa number 9 as green flag pit stops. We haven't had those in this race today, but Elliott has just come off of pit road. We'll see if others follow. By the way, in the comments, Corey says Sunshine needs to quit running his mouth and go elsewhere. Well, we appreciate Sunshine coming in, and, we appreciate the interaction. As it can be positive or negative, as long as it's not disrespectful to others and all of that jazz. So, yeah, we appreciate the passion. We appreciate the interaction. And glad to have you with us, Corey. And I wish I was a little bit taller. Ask, I am pretty new. How does this channel work? How many people are involved? Are you corporately owned? I can tell you for sure we are not corporately owned. We are the furthest thing away from being corporately owned. I can guarantee you that.
We wouldn't be able to say stuff we did if we were corporately owned.
Yeah. Well, we have a handful of people on the channel, right, Seth? The 2 of us, Matt White, JT is getting a bigger and bigger presence by each passing day. We have some other people that jump in every now and again, and we just live stream.
Jarek Rubel, Peter Moss.
Jarek on a lot of hockey and baseball. Pierre will jump in. So, yeah, that's how the channel works.
I saw Jarek had a Bears game, too, early in the season.
Yeah, that week 2 on the Sunday after the Bristol race. We're just going to have an NFL tripleheader. That'll be fun. Ryan Preece on pit road, 4 tires and fuel for the 60 team. He's away. Alex Bowman is on pit road. So green flag pit stops for the first time in this race, starting in earnest here, just past the 120 lap mark. What was that?
Osbar said it was starting to sprinkle, but the spotter said he's not feeling everything. Anything in the stand looks clear.
Okay.
Clear on the stands.
We'll keep an ear on that. So, yeah, that's how the channel works. And we're excited because we didn't get to do a lot of football on the channel last year because of multiple different reasons. So, can't wait for that to jump in starting next Saturday. Connor Zilic on pit road, the Superfile Chevrolet, 4 tires and Sunoco Racing fuel for Zilic. He fires off. It's been a good weekend so far for young Connor, the rookie, who will win Rookie of the Year because he's the only full-time rookie in the Cup Series this year. How about that trophy?
There you go.
Meanwhile, Josh Berry has pulled away from Ryan Blaney over the last couple of laps. It is now a 1.4 second lead for Berry at the front of this field from Blaney in second. Then it's 5 seconds back to Darrell Wallace Jr. running in third. The cars we've seen on pit road over the last couple of laps are those that did not pit a couple of cautions ago. So for guys like Berry, Blaney, Wallace, Larson, Gibbs, Hamlin, and so on down the running order, they can go longer on these tires if they choose to. We have completed 55, now 56 laps in Stage 2, so we've got just under 60 laps to go here in this second stage. It's been a good race so far, Seth. It's been entertaining. Obviously, we had the changing weather conditions that created a very interesting start, but now it's fallen into what we would normally look for in a New Hampshire race, and we're seeing the normal competitors up front in like the Penske Fords and of course the Wood Brother cars. Fords run well on tracks like this, but we were also seeing Darrell Wallace Jr. up there. I don't know if anyone had him on a short list to be a contender today, so we're seeing some of what we expected and some of what we didn't expect, and that's what makes it fun.
Yep, exactly. Some comers and goers too.
By the way, the early returns on that MLB poll is Mariners Blue Jays has a slight lead. Any of the four options would be good options for the way the playoff pick. I mean, heck, just about everybody in the American League is still in a playoff race except for the Athletics and the Angels.
Right.
So, just about anything that you choose would be good. So, as Seth said, we do run a democracy around here, so vote for your favorite option. And it better not end up in a tie. We want no hanging chads at USN.
Oh, God.
Speaking of which, a good Sunday to Chad Little. I'll never be able to get it out of my mind. Chad Little crashing in the 2000 Winston Open. And they go down there and do an interview with him, and they throw it back to the booth, and Eli Gold, his day's coming. No, Eli, it never did.
I tell you, Eli and Dick Berger didn't exactly nail it out of the park with predictions that year between them and Scott Pruitt.
No.
Bless their hearts, two legends who both should be in the NASCAR Hall of Fame. But like I said, Eli Gold, I know you do Eli Gold, Larry McReynolds. I'm also wanting to vouch for Joe Moore to be a part of the NASCAR Hall of Fame too.
A lot of those radio guys that should be. In case you couldn't tell, we kind of love NASCAR on radio. We kind of just love radio as a medium.
We love radio. National Radio Day. Matthew's saying it was the best form of media, and I tend to agree. And unfortunately, no one else seems to share that.
Darrell Wallace Jr. and Chris Buescher hit pit road here, along with Denny Hamlin. Strategies really worked out for Chris Buescher to stay up front as long as he did after staying out. Also, we have Shane Van Gisbergen has hit pit road. Christopher Bell, so pit road a busy place here. Middle portions of stage number 2 of the Dollar Tree 301 from the New Hampshire Motor Speedway in Loudon, New Hampshire. More cars coming in this lap. Kyle Larson, Ty Gibbs, Chase Briscoe, William Byron hitting pit road. Of course, we talk about Eli Gold and Dick Berger, and they did a New Hampshire race on TNN as Kyle Larson comes to a stop a bit deep in his box. Right side tires on the HendrickCars.com Chevrolet. Sunoco Racing fuel going in. Just one can of fuel from the looks of it. 4 tires service complete for Larson. He's away. Ryan Blaney, the second place car, hits pit road, and so too does the race leader Josh Berry, the third place car of Brad Keselowski. Top 3 all on pit road this lap. Berry complete with his service, so too is Blaney. And Seth, we mentioned Berry had pulled away from Blaney towards the end of that run, but Blaney's had a better pit stop, and he's come out right on the tail of Berry as they rejoin the racing.
So indeed he has, as everybody continues to as we continue to cycle through all these pit stops. Again, the stage lengths just kind of are weird to me. Like, you want to make, then you make one. No, if you want to make one 5 laps or 10 laps longer, that's one thing. Why do you make a stage 45 laps longer? I don't know why you can't have just divide it into thirds and make 3. I mean, I guess strategy, but still, it just makes sense from a numerical standpoint to have, hey, this like it's a 300 lap race, or it's 301 lap race actually. But I was gonna say if it was just a plain 300 like the old days, 100, 100, 100.
Yes.
Makes too much. I know it makes too much effing sense though, so that will never.
Yeah, we go from 70 to 115 to 116. So Josh Berry and Ryan Blaney have retained the lead through the cycle of pit stops. We're still waiting on a couple to come down pit road, like Daniel Suarez, Cole Custer, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. But Josh Berry has been able to hold the lead. Hey, Redbox is with us.
Oh, no. Oh, boy.
He says, hey there, folks, was looking for Red Sox-Yankees in the poll. Well, there is a good reason that that's not in the poll, because we're going to have that game for you Sunday afternoon on the channel at 1:30. So,
tentatively speaking.
Yes, as long as we're not racing at Daytona next Sunday. We are scheduled to race at Daytona next Saturday night, but many a times Daytona scheduling has gone out the window thanks to Mom Nature. We need
Mom Nature.
We need
Mother Nature.
We need to get the bee out of her hive when it comes to Daytona. So, yes, as long as we're not racing at Daytona next Sunday, we're going to have Red Sox Yankees at 1:30 for you. And got some good options down there. A lot of American League teams in that poll. The only 2 National League teams down there are the Dodgers and the Mets. Because the American League is such a mess.
Am I eligible to vote? Because I want to see the results.
Oh, yeah, you are. Yes.
Okay. I'm voting. I'm not going to tell you what I voted for, but.
He's going to swing the poll. He's going to swing the vote. An inside job on a poll in an election. Don't need that around here.
Well, then why'd you let me vote?
Joey Legato on pit road. Yes, anyone is free to vote. I voted.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I won't.
See, that just shows to you. That shows to you how great of a person and a man of the people you are. You voted for the one you wanted to do. You could do it anyway, but you want to let the fans have their say.
See?
And that's why Matthew Owens is the man.
I don't know how I haven't been at least nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize. Truly. I don't understand. Maybe I can get the FIFA Peace Prize.
Oh, you really going to bring that up with Redbox in the comments section, you dope?
Josh Berry leads Ryan Blaney, and he does so by just 2 car lengths. Let's pick up those 2 Fords racing off turn 2.
Shark Redbox wasn't on the IndyCar race. Anyway, here's Berry and Blaney out of turn number 2 as they head down the back straightaway. The battle rages on as we thankfully get back to actual racing. Blaney within a car length of Berry. Berry goes a little bit high. Blaney goes a little bit low. It's Berry by half a car length.
Berry has done some good defensive driving since Blaney run him down towards the end of that last tire cycle. Then he was able to pull away from him, but now they're back together. 1 car length, the difference between the red and white number 21 of Berry and the neon yellow and blue number 12 of Blaney.
So here is Berry by about a car length over Ryan Blaney as they head to turns 3 and 4. Blaney now going up the racetrack. Again, he gets close. He's looking for some grip, but he just can't have enough to get that run off 4.
Yeah, Berry's just good enough to hold Blaney back, to stiff arm him away. These 2 racing about 3 seconds ahead of third-place driver Darrell Wallace Jr.
And I want to, and to your point, you mentioned it at the start, Matthew. There is a little bit of room where a little bit of grip, a little bit of a, section where you can make a run, but there's not a whole lot here. There's a little bit of banking you can make the move, but there's not a lot.
Yeah, and there is progressive banking in the corners. Now, it's not a lot of banking, but it is progressive banking in the corners. Right at the very bottom, next to the blue and white line, it's 2 degrees, basically tabletop flat. And the further up you go, you can get up to 7 degrees of banking. It's not a lot, but it does make a difference as the leaders catch up on some lap traffic.
So here's Barry now. He'll tuck in behind McDowell. Now he'll go to the inside. And so Barry, is he going to put a lap on Michael McDowell? Yes, he is. Barry puts a lap on McDowell. Blaney stuck behind him, though.
Yeah, Blaney could not clear McDowell on the exit of turn 4, so that'll cost him a couple of yards in this battle for the lead, as we still have 40 laps to go in Stage 2.
It is Barry ahead of Blaney, a car length separating those two down the back straightaway. Going into turn number 3, Blaney trying to drive it in. Josh Berry, though, keeps the lead by a car length. Blaney doesn't go for the high line this time, stays low.
See, I wish I was a little bit taller, gets it. Says true humanitarian. See, I feel like I should be able to vote because, the presidential candidates, they're able to vote on voting day.
That's a got him. That's the first. When you watch when your morning news comes on, national morning news comes on at 7 o'clock, and that's the first thing you see is them arriving to the voting booth.
Yeah, I do just love it. I do just love it. You think that, like, I just remember in 2016. I'm not making this political, I promise. I just remember them showing Hillary Clinton going in to vote, and I had someone next to me said, "Wonder who she's voting for."
No! Someone did not ask that.
Yeah,
please tell me he or she was being sarcastic.
I would like to think so, but anyway. Battle for the lead. Ryan Blaney continues to stalk Josh Berry. The two Fords come off the corner. Blaney letting it wind up around the top, comes off the corner. He's got a head of steam underneath the rear spoiler of Barry, but by the time they get to the corner, Barry's still ahead. Blaney will try again in turn 2.
She wrote in Ross Perot, don't you know, as a thank you gift. But anyway, here's Barry by about a car length
Those
over
big
Blaney.
ears.
Back straight away. Who am I? Why am I here? Blaney on the inside. Barry drifts up the racetrack. That gives Blaney a chance. Blaney to the inside of Barry, side by side for the lead.
Blaney finally, lap after lap, following Barry, probing, looking for an opportunity to get alongside. He finally does, and he shoots past. High Point, North Carolina's Ryan Blaney to the lead in Loudon.
So Ryan Blaney goes to the top spot as they head down the back straightaway. They are 3 wide in front of him, so he needs to keep his distance for as long as he can with the lap traffic. It's Blaney leading, real quick. Blaney the leader, Barry second, Wallace third, Priest fourth, Busher fifth, Keselowski 6th, Larson 7th, Gibbs 8th, Hamlin 9th, Briscoe 10th.
And already in one lap, since Blaney has gotten around Barry, he's put about 3 or 4 car lengths on him, as Blaney will put a lap on Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Thank you, Redbox. It's not voting machines causing election fraud, folks. It's just Matthew.
Yep. It's all Matthew. It's all, as we approach Jimmy Buffett Day, which is the Friday of Labor Day weekend, because that's when he sadly passed away a few years ago. That they decided to make Jimmy Buffett, special Jimmy Buffett Day. In his famous line in the song Margaritaville, there's always someone to blame. There's always a woman to blame. Well, in this case, Matthew's the fat blame.
Yeah, well, exactly right. Just blame me. Everyone else does. It's fine. I'll take the bows and the arrows. It's fine. Anyway, Ryan Blaney leading now here at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway by 0.6 of a second on Josh Berry. Those two have been the class of the field here in this second stage of the Dollar Tree 301, which we are just past the halfway point of. 151 of 301 laps complete. 6th position is a battle on the racetrack. It's nearly half a lap behind the lead, Seth, but it's Kyle Larson closing in on Brad Keselowski.
Yeah, great action going on right here as Keselowski stays in front of Larson. So it's Keselowski, 2 former series champions, as it were, battling in turn 3, though Larson is still on that long winless drought.
Keselowski, of course, 2-time winner here at New Hampshire. He won here in July of 2014, then again in August of 2020. Kyle Larson trying to give Hendrick Motorsports their first New Hampshire win since Casey Kane more than a decade ago.
Yeah, I mentioned that earlier, and it's pretty wild.
That was in July of 2012, and it was the number 5, of course, that Kane took to victory. So Larson would love to snap that winless drought of about 50 races now, if you can believe it, here today. As we said, it has just become a house of horrors for Hendrick Motorsports here at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway, which we say that about HMS here, Seth. It really, Chevrolet isn't exactly lighting it on fire here. The last Chevrolet to win here at New Hampshire was Kevin Harvick in 2016.
Yeah, I did that race. Solo. Boy, those were times doing races solo on the old
Oh, my
platform.
God.
Man, what were we thinking?
I tell you. We might be dumb still, but we're not as dumb as we once were.
The other thing I remember, the two things I remember from that race were Harvick passing Kenseth late in that race and winning, and also breaking the news that Les Miles had been fired by LSU after that crazy ending the night before against Auburn.
Yeah,
I know you're stunned to hear that LSU and Auburn played a normal football game.
Well, yeah, we used to do these races just one of us. Imagine how terrible that sounded. Good God. Kyle Larson completes the pass on Brad Keselowski, so that's Larson up to 6th. Ryan Blaney at the front, Seth, tiptoeing away from Josh Berry and indeed the rest of the field.
So Blaney continues to work down the back straightaway. Maybe you should tell that, Matthew. I'm not acting offended. I'm being serious. You should tell that to the people in the TikTok comments that say you should do the races solo without me and Matt. You should tell them.
Listen.
There are people that were saying you should do it solo.
Yeah, the last one that said that, I said, 1, it would not be nearly as fun, and 2, it would not sound as good. It's something like that, because it would not. Oh, my God. There was a day in my life where I did the Monaco Grand Prix, the Indianapolis 500, and the Coca-Cola World 600 by myself, all 3, back to back to back. What kind of psychotic person was I?
I don't know. I had to bail on you because we had a family vacation planned the next year when you almost died doing an IndyCar race at Texas solo.
Yes. Wow.
I did it. Now, I did a Talladega race. You and I did the restrictor plate races solo. That's not fun. Golly, and then I attempted to do a truck in Las Vegas, but I was on an emotional high.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Infamous night. Jesus.
And then everybody's high and everybody's sick at Bristol. That was solo too, golly. Wow, we've really opened up the Wayback Machine.
Yeah, I sure have. By the way, I mentioned that Chevrolet has not won here since that Kevin Harvick win in 2016. That is a 10-race drought here at New Hampshire. Since Chevrolet has won the last 10 New Hampshire races, 5 have been won by Toyota, 5 by Ford. Ryan Blaney in a Ford winning last year. Toyota had won 3 straight with Christopher Bell, Martin Truex Jr., and Christopher Bell again. Working lap number 161 of the Dollar Tree 301 by a second and a half. Ryan Blaney shows the way from Josh Berry, and he is setting a pace. Now just 19 cars on the lead lap, and he's not too far away from putting a lap on Daniel Suarez, Noah Gragson, and Shane Van Gisbergen, who led plenty of laps early during the wet portion of this race. Shane now running in the 17th position. Ryan Preece, meanwhile, running 4th. Could be a big swing if it stays that way between those two, Van Gisbergen and Preece, who came into the day 16th and 17th in the championship standings, respectively, trying to make the chase. The last race to make the chase next Saturday night, the Coke Zero Sugar 400 at Daytona. So, as Ryan Blaney continues to show the way, Seth, trying to go back-to-back here at New Hampshire. He's won twice this year, of course, winning early in the year in Phoenix, and then scoring a victory in the second race in Atlanta. And, again, no playoffs this year, but still the chase schedule and the run-up to the chase is similar to what it was with the playoffs last year with these short, flat tracks at the end of the regular season, like Iowa, Richmond, and New Hampshire. And then once we get into the chase, Seth, still a lot of tracks that fit the mold of Penske and the Fords. Gateway is very similar as a short, flat track. Phoenix, Martinsville. Speaking from the Blaney perspective, we know how good he was at Bristol earlier this year. We know how good he is at Talladega and Homestead. So there's been a lot of conversation this year about the struggles of Ford, but I still think it sets up pretty well, particularly for Blaney, to do some damage in the chase and maybe upend the Toyota stranglehold at the top.
Well, we shall see how it will all work out as we get close to chase time. And, of course, no schedule changes, so it'll be interesting to see how the chase works. And those bonus points for winning, they are going to work it out. I wish I was a little bit taller. Says that Bell is slowly but surely working back through the field.
Yeah, obviously we're going to get a caution in about 20 laps for the stage ending, and that's going to bunch everyone up again, and I still think Christopher Bell is going to be a threat to win this race. Running in the 12th position, he's 19 seconds off the lead, but I do believe he's still going to be a threat to win this race as Darrell Wallace Jr. makes a 3-wide pass on a couple of lap cars, but then the car unsettles on him in the middle of the corner. He drifts up. Still, he's able to get around Chase Elliott. A couple of lap cars that he just got around in Chase Elliott and Todd Gilliland. Wallace running in third. This would be a really impressive run if Wallace is able to stay up towards the front the way he is here, Seth. He's never run tremendously well at New Hampshire. He does have one top 5, but only 2 top 10s and 8 starts here. His last 2 at New Hampshire, 34th and 26th.
Indeed, yep. So, yeah, to your point, a bit of a surprise. Ryan Blaney, still the race leader, and he has a comfortable lead. And again, if you're wondering why, we're talking everything. When Little Channel Adam Amin, when an Arkansas fan, one of his last years at college football, an Arkansas fan tweeted him and was asking him, why are you saying bad things about Arkansas? You're just a hater. And Adam said, ma'am, it's 42-6. They were down 42. It's 42-6. So for all you wondering about why we aren't focusing much on the action, Ryan Blaney leads by a second. And then it's another 4 seconds back to the third place driver. And another 5 seconds back to fourth place.
It has been a pretty strung out stage, and we'll see if the third stage follows suit. But yeah, it has been a pretty straightforward and strung out stage. The racing between Barry and Blaney has been good, and Blaney pulled away from Barry after he took the lead, but now Blaney has struggled to maneuver through some lap traffic, and Barry's starting to close back in just a little bit, lap after lap. In fact, Blaney in turn 4 here, he's got 2 lapped cars running side by side in front of him. One is Ricky Stenhouse Jr., the other is Noah Gragson. Stenhouse finally completes the pass on Gragson, and now across the line, Blaney will get to the left elbow of Gragson, and Josh Berry is now suddenly just half a second behind Blaney.
Yeah, so what do we know? Now we got a battle again. Thank goodness for lap track. I'm sure Ryan Blaney's not saying that, but for some people that like good racing are, as Blaney now goes to the inside of the Noah Gragson machine, he'll put that 4 car another lap down, or a lap down, as Blaney now has a buffer between him and Barry.
Yeah, Gragson, solid run so far for the 14 today. Just went a lap down, running in the 18th position inside the final 15 laps of Stage 2.
So here comes Barry as he's right in behind Gragson. And Tyler Reddick, we're looking at him for some reason. Oh, he's worked his way back up to 13th after spinning on the opening lap.
Yeah, was a lap down, got the free pass. So Reddick chipping away at it here. And you never know with him either. He's been nowhere close to the front since that lap 1 spin from the lead. But he really wasn't a contender for the majority of the night at Richmond. Got a well-timed caution, and then all of a sudden, here he was contending for the win. Reddick running in the 13th position. Blaney's lead, 0.8 of a second on Josh Berry as we get towards the final laps of Stage 2 here at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. We mentioned Reddick after that lap 1 spin. He was all the way back in 34th after that. Said that he fell a lap down, got the free pass. He finally got back into the top 20 around the 100 lap mark. Now here we are at lap 175. He's running up in the 13th position. He has had, as we've documented, a very difficult summer. Remember, after Watkins Glen, his championship lead on Denny Hamlin was over 100 points. Now here he is, 138 back of Hamlin and back in 4th. We'll see if this team is able to turn it around when the chase begins in a couple weeks' time at Darlington. We know how good he is at Darlington, winning there in dominant fashion earlier this season in the spring race. 10 laps to go in stage number 2. Of course, with the stage rules put in effect a couple of weeks ago at Iowa, if a caution were to come out within the last 10 laps of a stage, the stage would automatically end. Reddick has just picked up another spot. He overtakes William Byron, so that puts Reddick up to 12th. Byron, he's been able to recover too, Seth, just slowly but surely since that pit road penalty, but it's so difficult to pass here. It's really difficult to come back from those pit road penalties and other mistakes, and really the guys that have made mistakes today are running right together on the rebound trail. Bell, Reddick, and Byron, 11th, 12th, and 13th.
So here's Priest and Busher battling there for the 4th position. Priest has about a 3-car length advantage over Busher, but again, it is all Ryan Blaney at the front. To your point about Reddick, remember, he almost stole the Southern 500 from Chase Briscoe last year.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So the chase schedule does line up really well for Reddick as well. Obviously, the win at Darlington earlier this year. He's good at Bristol. He's won at Kansas a couple of times, including earlier this year. You would expect Las Vegas and Charlotte to be good tracks for him. So I expect Reddick to turn it around come chase time. Here's Kyle Larson trying to break his way into the top 5, the Stage 1 winner. He's able to get around Chris Buescher up off of turn number 4. Larson across the granite stripe puts car 5 into position number 5. Good points day so far for Larson.
Yep, good solid points day for the reigning series champion as he works his way out of the number 2 corner into the top 5. And Chris Buescher right behind him, and he's got Ty Dillon in between himself and Larson. Meanwhile, Ryan Blaney just put a lap on Zane Smith. Tells you how good he is. Zane Smith is 16th and just got lapped.
He would like to stay right where he is, Zane, for the next 6.5 laps and get the free pass. Blaney is about 2 seconds away from putting a lap on Shane Van Gisbergen, who, even though he's not doing what he was earlier in the race and leading well, he's still running top 15, but Ryan Preece is some 11 positions higher in the running order. Preece running in 4th, and that's going to be a good stage points haul for Preece if he can stay there over these last 6 laps. Just some spots of rain on camera lenses, as still it is overcast over top of the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. It's been an overcast day all day long here up in the New England area, but still the forecast shows all clear until about 9 or 10 o'clock in the night, and as we know, we're not going to be racing that long. No lights here at New Hampshire. 5 to go in Stage 2. Let's follow Ryan Blaney. He leads by 1.5 seconds.
Yep, Ryan Blaney on cruise control at the moment. 1.5 second is lead over Josh Berry. Then Bubba Wallace in 3rd. 4th is Ryan Preece. Kyle Larson's 5th. Chris Buescher 6th. Brett Keselowski 7th. Ty Gibbs 8th. Denny Hamlin 9th. And Christopher Bell 10th. Shane Van Gisbergen trying to hang on to that lead lap spot. He should be in good shape, because even if he were to get lapped at this point, he'd be the free pass.
Yeah, more than likely. We're talking about Ryan Preece possibly getting a good stage points haul, and he still might, but Kyle Larson has run him down. Preece in 4th. Larson is right underneath the spoiler. They both go into turn 1, trying to get around the lapped vehicle of Riley Herbst as Larson digs away at the bottom to try to take a spot and a point away from Preece.
Yeah, Larson's got a great run on him off of turn number 2, down the back straightaway. Now going into turn number 3. Here is Larson, way down to the inside. Priest washes up the hill, and that's going to give Larson a chance to attack inside.
Priest going to try to load up a run off the top of turn 4, and for now he will stiff-arm Larson's bid away. Can Priest withhold the pressure that Larson's putting on him over the next 3 miles?
So it's still Priest and Larson battling for that 4th position as they march their way down the back straightaway. Going into that number 3 corner, it is Priest just ahead of Larson. Larson high. Priest knew he was going high, so he shut it off a bit.
And Larson drifts even higher up off turn 4, but he can't squeeze up alongside. This battle for 4th is half a lap behind the race leader Blaney. Priest nearly got trapped on the approach to turn 1 behind the lap car of Chase Elliott, but he was able to maneuver his way around. Larson still can't make an attack. Meanwhile, the leader across the line, Ryan Blaney, by 2 seconds, has the lead over Josh Berry and has started the last lap of stage number 2.
Ryan Blaney is on cruise control out of turn number 2, and he is about a car length behind Shane Van Gisbergen. We'll see if Shane can stay on the lead lap. Blaney's not really posing a big threat for the time being. Van Gisbergen now goes to the inside of Daniel Suarez. Blaney's going to win the stage comfortably, and Van Gisbergen's going to stay on the lead lap.
Green and white checkered flag is out. Ryan Blaney scores his 7th stage win of the season, 2nd week in a row that Blaney has won a stage. Josh Berry comes home 2nd. Darrell Wallace Jr. will be 3rd. The fight for 4th. Will it be Ryan Priest? Will it be Kyle Larson? It'll be Priest. His number 60 comes across the line 4th. Larson 5th, followed by Brad Keselowski, Chris Buescher, Ty Gibbs, Denny Hamlin, and Christopher Bell. That's the points-paying positions as Stage 2 of the Dollar Tree 301 from the New Hampshire Motor Speedway is complete. Blaney and Berry looks like the class of the field, Seth. We know a lot of things can happen in the late laps of some of these races, and we still think we've got guys like Christopher Bell that could still be a threat once he gets some track position. But the 12 and 21, they were the class of the field in this race last year, and they have been in this race today as well.
Yep, they sure have. It's been the killer bees, and another bee could be on the move with Bell. As what's our line? We love Murray Walker around here. What's our line? Anything can happen in auto racing, and it usually does. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we flipped it up today because Washington ended right as Stage 1 ended here, so we switched up the stage break segment. So now, today, for the end of Stage 2, we'll do what we normally do at the end of Stage 1. That's On This Day in Racing History, tell you about some racing figures that have birthdays today and other races that took place on this day in the past, Seth. So what you got for your list for August 23rd?
August 23rd. So who does that have? Who's that has a birthday on August 23rd? That's Kenny Wallace, 63 years old.
It's Kenny Wallace, little brother.
Also, happy 59th birthday to a man who I think was either drove the pace car or did some kind of honorary thing today, Steve Park.
Yes. He's been up here all weekend. Of course, he's from New York, and he drove modifieds a lot in his career along with NASCAR. So, yeah, he's been up here all weekend.
Still can't get over the fact that he outdueled Mark Martin on a road course.
Isn't that crazy? That is just so crazy to look back on and think that Steve Park, to score his first career win, led the most laps and fended off Mark Martin in a nose-to-tail late laps battle at Watkins Glen.
My other favorite Steve Park fun stat, and it's you and I might be the only two people that know this, and I actually didn't learn it from you. I learned it from Racing Reps, and you kept bringing it up. Steve Park led the most laps in the 2001 Brickyard 400.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Most recent Cup Series race on this day was 1 year ago, where Matthew uttered those words, "Pure cinema," that thrilling finish at Daytona, which was won by Ryan Blaney.
Wow. Goodness gracious.
Yeah. You remember that, right? Him, Custer, Haley, and all them?
That was as good as it gets.
On this day in 2024, Ryan Truex won the Xfinity Series Wawa 250 powered by Coca-Cola. Chase Briscoe won the Dryden 200 Race 2 in 2020 for the Grand National. Harvick won a Cup race in 2020. I know you're stunned to hear that. Dryden 311 Race 2. And also, we hope we never have to do this again. On this day in 2020, we had an Indianapolis 500.
Oh, my goodness.
With no fans.
Oh, my gosh.
That was won by Takuma Sato. On this day in 2015, actually, no, I'm gonna skip that one. I'm gonna skip that one. No. It's not funny. There's a reason I'm skipping it.
Okay.
Joey Logano on this day in 2014 won the Irwin Tools Night Race at Bristol.
Okay. He won that 2 years in a row there, I think, if I'm remembering that right.
Sure did. 2015 as well. 2000 and on this day in 2013, Kyle Busch won at Bristol in the Nationwide Series, the Food City 250. On this day in 2009, Rubens Barrichello won the Formula One Telefonica Grand Prix of Europe at the Circuito di Urbano Valencia.
There you go.
Yeah, Wiener Schnitzel to you too, James. But Carl Edwards on this day in Cup Series, on this day in 2008, the bump and run, the Bristol move. Hamlin says, my turn. I've got a bumper I want to play.
By the way, I see Brian Eichler on this list. Holy moly.
Yeah, he won at Mansfield, a Camping World East race that same day. But yes, 2008, Carl Edwards winning the Sharpie 500 Bristol, and then Kyle Busch telling him he looked like Mr. Ed. That was classic. On this day in 2006, Mark Martin won the Truck Series O'Reilly Auto Parts 200. On this day in 2003, Kurt Busch won the Cup Series Sharpie 500 at Bristol and was met with a chorus of boos all night long.
Hold on, Seth. Ryan Blaney's pit crew has done it again.
Oh, no. Problems on the left front of that Dutch boy Menards Ford. Jeez.
And the Stage 2 winner wasn't even top 10 off of pit road.
Oh. Cost him a championship. It's gonna happen.
And we talked about how difficult it is to pass and rebound off of stuff like this. He's got a good car, but you cannot have stuff like that happen during the Stage 2 caution. You can just about rebound from it at the Stage 1 caution, but the Stage 2 yellow, to have something like that happen, that's atrocious. We'll have the running order reset for you before the restart. It looks like Darrell Wallace Jr., however, has won the race off of pit road.
Kenny Wallace did win a race on his birthday in 2002, the Hills Brothers All-Pro Series, Charter Communications Hardee's 250 at Bristol. One of your favorites, Stacy Compton, won the Truck Series Lundlook 275K at Heartland Park, Topeka on this day in 1998.
Topeka. Wow.
On this day in 1997, Dale Jarrett won the Winston Cup Goodies Hay Outer 500. Jeremy Mayfield screwed over Jeff Gordon. I think it was Jeremy Mayfield. He screwed over Jeff Gordon, and somebody lifted up Bill Weber up off the ground in the pre-race report. Big news. A Wallace Humboldt. Bigger news. Kenny Wallace.
It's a battle royale at Bristol, and every fighter brought its own steel cage. It is so stupid that we know some of this stuff.
Saturday night. A fight on a Saturday night.
God.
On this day in 1996, Jeff Fuller won the Busch Series Food City 250 in Bristol, and then his crew chief sounded like an idiot on the loudspeaker. You just won yourself a race. Butterfield. Emerson Fittipaldi won the kart Texaco Haviland 200 at Road America on this day in 1992. We ran at New Hampshire a Busch race in 92. Joe Nemechek's first win, the Chevy dealers of New England 250, or New England Chevy 250.
He won 2 races that day.
Yes, he did. You said you wanted to reset the running order, so we're trying to go quickly as possible. Darrell Waltrip won at Bristol. I know that's earth-shattering news. 1986 Busch 500. And on this day in 1919, Tommy Milton won the Elgin National Trophy Race for the AAA Champ Car Series at the Elgin Road Race Course.
Sterling Moss, a Portuguese Grand Prix win in there as well. Oh, and Parnelli Jones won the Tony Bettenhausen 200 at Milwaukee in 64. Okay.
Yep.
Pete Hamilton, a Talladega win. Very good. Okay, we always enjoy that segment. Going back down memory lane into the Wayback Machine. We do enjoy that. So you can see the running order on...
Because of the quotes that get triggered into our mind.
Well, exactly right. So you can see the running order on your screen, and it's been jumbled up here with these pit stops under caution, and most importantly and most strikingly, Ryan Blaney, the Stage 2 winner, with a horrible pit stop. They didn't get the left front tire bolted on. They had to jack the car up again. This is a team that ranks 32nd, according to NASCAR Insights, in pit crew rank this season. Seth has been saying all year that's going to cost him a championship. I mean, according to NASCAR Insights, which is the analytics of NASCAR these days, Seth, Blaney ranks 3rd in speed, 9th on restarts, 4th in passing, and 7th in defense. Top 10 in all of them. His pit crew ranks 32nd.
No.
Yeah.
Not great, Clark. Not great, Bob.
No. So Blaney, who was the winner of Stage 2, he'll restart 14th, 20 cars on the lead lap. And it's Darrell Wallace Jr., the control car. He has chosen the outside to restart on with Josh Berry to his inside. Big points day so far for Ryan Preece. He will restart in row 2 alongside Kyle Larson. The points as they run as we get ready to start this final stage. Van Gisbergen holds the final chase spot by 32 over Preece. Remember, at the start of the day, it was 50. Toyota Camry pace car will make the hard left-hand turn onto pit road, and we get ready for the final stage here at New Hampshire. Green flag with 108 laps to go at the Magic Mile. Darrell Wallace Jr. gets the jump, but Josh Berry tries to stick with him stride for stride. He does. Berry's got a nose in front. He'll squeeze up and elbow Wallace wide in turn 2.
Great move by Josh Berry. He and Wallace remain side by side down the back straightaway. Going in at number 3 corner, Wallace high, Berry low. A Tennessee native versus a Tennessee fan. It might get rocky at the top of the leaderboard here.
Berry slid up. Wallace kept his foot in it, but Ryan Preece closes in on both of the leaders. Berry will drive it hard into turn 1. Slides up the racetrack. Wallace comes back at him with an up and under.
Berry continues to show he's going to clear him. Great move, Josh Berry. He goes to the lead of the back straightaway. Wallace in 2nd, then Preece 3rd, Larson 4th, and Bell 5th. 3 wide further back as Denny Hamlin is in a tight spot. And here's Bell trying to grab 4th from Larson.
Christopher Bell finished Stage 2 in 10th. He's already jumped up to 5th, and he's going to go after Kyle Larson for 4th in turn 1. Larson keeps him pinched down. Bell can't get alongside for now.
He can't as they continue to run back there. Meanwhile, Blaney still stuck in traffic. It's still buried by a car length over Wallace as they approach turn number 3. Here's Tyler Reddick and Chase Briscoe. They'll try to sandwich around Chris Buescher.
Ryan Blaney has made up 2 spots off the restart. He got by William Byron. He's just gotten by Austin Cindric. Blaney runs 12th. He is 2.5 seconds off the lead. He's got cars side by side in front of him, starting with Noah Gragson and Chase Briscoe.
Really tight racing right here as Keselowski has the spot from Gibbs. Gibbs, though, trying to fight back on the outside. 8th place of Battle 2. That's Buescher and Reddick. And then Hamlin and Briscoe battling for the 10th position. Briscoe sideways through 4.
Boy, he picks it up well, but boy, he had to bail out of the throttle. That's going to catch Noah Gragson out as he's right behind him. Blaney tries to charge up to these 2. Blaney loosens Briscoe up even more on the approach to turn 1.
So down the back straightaway, they work their way. Here's Reddick now to the inside of the Chris Buescher machine. Reddick and Buescher, now Hamlin trying to find a middle lane through there. Meanwhile, one car going way up high in the back of the pack. That's Noah Gragson.
Ryan Blaney trying to chisel his way to the inside of Gragson and get past. He's alongside of him as they flash over the granite stripe and go back to 1. But this is what we were talking about with Blaney, Seth. It takes such a long time to complete a pass around this track. Blaney is just bleeding time. He's already 3 seconds off the lead.
Already 3 seconds off the pace, and that's, like I said, time is of the essence here as we approach the final 100 laps of the festivities here today at Loudon, New Hampshire.
Meanwhile, Tyler Reddick and Chris Buescher are fist fighting for the 8th position. Buescher to driver's right has the nose of his Ford Dark Horse Mustang ahead of the Toyota Camry of Reddick. Denny Hamlin right on the back of those two as Blaney just back of that clears Gregson.
Blaney now to the inside of Briscoe as they go down the back straightaway. Blaney has the advantage over Briscoe. Briscoe now goes to the high side of the track. You got Reddick and Hamlin also side by side back there for 9th.
Blaney can't complete the pass on Briscoe up off turn 4. Briscoe's got the nose of his Toyota just ahead. Blaney will drive it in hard to the bottom of turn 1. Briscoe keeps him pinched down there.
Reddick to the outside of Denny Hamlin. Will he clear? You bet. 9th place for Tyler Reddick. 11th place now. Here's Blaney to the inside of Briscoe on the approach to turn number 3. And is he going to get the spot? Looks like he will. Yes, Ryan Blaney to 11th.
Blaney throttles up after Briscoe went wide in the apex of the corner, so that pushes Blaney up into the 11th position. He's lost another second of the lead. He's 4 seconds behind the leader as Briscoe, boy, does that car become unsettled in the middle of the corner. He went way up the 7 degrees of banking and picks it up.
That's now happened at both ends of the speedway on this run. Briscoe. Trying to gather it in. Whoa, Blaney a little bit wobbly too. Everybody getting wobbly back there.
Blaney put the bumper to the back of Denny Hamlin. Ryan Blaney does not want to give an inch, and now Hamlin on the straightaway veers over to his left. He rubs doors with Blaney, and we've got a yellow flag flying. Caution is out here, and it's Carson Hocevar spinning for a 3rd time today, Seth.
Yeah, a fish is official second. Officially his second spin. But unofficially his 3rd because, of course, he's put on the pace lap. And, oh boy, was Noah Gregson involved somehow because they're panning to that camera.
So the Moto Casino Chevrolet spins in the middle of turns 3 and 4. Caution is out with 99. Now make it 98 laps to go here in New Hampshire. See if we can figure out what happened to Hocevar. Noah Gregson wasn't anywhere near that, and no one even made contact with Hocevar. He just lost it, may have even had a flat left rear tire.
Gregson got the free pass.
There you go. So Gregson in 21st gets the free pass ahead of Riley Herbst, Todd Gilliland, and Connor Zilich. And Blaney, he and Hamlin, Blaney gave him a shot middle of the corner, knocked Hamlin up the track, but didn't complete the pass. And then Hamlin on the straightaway said, don't like that. He turned the wheel to the left and gave him a jolt down the straightaway. Blaney obviously frustrated, and I think everyone would be frustrated, Seth, when he's consistently, I don't want to say every single week, but so much this season, losing track position, not of his own doing, but by his pit crew's doing. Pit road is open. Not everybody's going to come in, but Christopher Bell, Denny Hamlin, Ryan Blaney, and others are going to come to pit road. This is going to be a fuel-only stop for Denny Hamlin. Right side tires going on for Christopher Bell. He's away. Now they're going to change tires on him. I was going to say, why not? It's under caution. Might as well put tires on. Blaney, tires on the 12. He's away. Only about maybe a 1/3 of the cars that are on the lead lap on pit road here. William Byron, Chase Briscoe, Eric Jones, Joey Logano, also on pit road, Alex Bowman as well. I know we already did it once, Seth, but we are under caution, and I have to step off mic for a moment. So if you want to run through the upcoming schedule for the week, because it is a busy week.
Before I do that, why are the Toronto Tempo playing a game in Vancouver tonight?
Don't ask me questions.
Thank you, Ernie. Quit asking questions. Okay, that's fair enough. That is fair enough. I'll try not to ask you any more difficult questions. I might ask you a question here or there. As Matthew steps aside to do what I'm sure is some important business, and I'm being serious when I say that, important business. Our schedule for the upcoming week, tomorrow, 3 o'clock Eastern, the final match of the opening weekend of the Premier League season, as Xabi Alonso's new look Chelsea make the very short trip to Craven Cottage to play Fulham. Then at 9:30, it's Major League Baseball, the Chicago Cubs visiting the Arizona Diamondbacks. Tuesday, it's Carabao Cup second-round action for Portman Road. Here's a sentence. Premier League Ipswich hosting League One Leicester. Also Tuesday night at 9:30, Major League Baseball, the Phillies and the Mariners from Seattle. Wednesday, we've got the second leg of the UEFA Champions League playoff between Olympique Lyonnais and Fenerbahce. That's at 3 Eastern. 3 o'clock Eastern, also the start time Thursday for the EFL Cup second round tie between Fulham and AFC Wimbledon. And at 8 o'clock, it's WNBA action, the Golden State Valkyries at the New York Liberty. Friday night, you can still vote. One of 4 games to be in that will be on the air. The poll, 20 votes so far. Dodgers, Tigers, Mariners at 6:30, Mariners, Blue Jays at 7 Eastern, Astros, Mets at 7 Eastern, White Sox, Twins at 8 Eastern. Whatever one's the highest vote, we'll have for you on Friday night. This has been USN Democracy Tonight. Saturday, college football returns at 3:30 Eastern, an interesting one from the ACC. North Carolina State at Virginia. That's a 3:30 kickoff. And then at 7:30, hopefully, it's the NASCAR Coke Zero Sugar 400 at Daytona. And then tentatively, Sunday, again, tentatively speaking, if Mother Nature cooperates, Saturday night at Daytona, we'll have a soccer-baseball doubleheader for you. Next Sunday, 10:45 a.m., Telstar against Ajax in the Eredivisie. And then at 1:30, Major League Baseball, the rivalry, the Red Sox against the New York Yankees. That's what's coming up this week on Ultimate Sports Media. And a reminder, if you like what you're seeing, or more importantly, what you're hearing, hit that like button, subscribe, and then smash that notification bell too, so you'll be notified of when we go on for future Ultimate Sports Media events. Lap 207 of 301 here at the Dollar Tree 301 for the NASCAR Cup Series. Matthew Owens and Seth Eaves with you. Josh Berry looking to steal a win here. He is the current leader of this race as we are now in the final 100 laps at New Hampshire, with Wallace second, Ryan Preece third, fourth is Kyle Larson, and fifth is Ty Gibbs. Then it's Brad Keselowski in sixth, Chris Buescher seventh, eighth is Tyler Reddick, ninth is Austin Cindric, 10th is Christopher Bell. We go to the choose. Matthew, are you back?
Yeah, and those top 10 that you just listed did not pit under this caution. Everyone from 11th on back did come in and take on tires and fuel. So, see how this restart goes. As we know, get late in a race like this, the further you go, the later the restarts are, the more action-packed and intense they will become. Dollar Tree 301, of course, if you're in the business on here on YouTube to catch some good Dollar Tree crafting videos, Accents by Samantha, always posting trips to the Dollar Tree and what you can get there and do some fun crafts with. Check out Accents by Samantha. That is not a paid promotion. Just put that out there.
Yes.
Josh Berry, the control car, with Ryan Blaney in traffic. Perhaps this is Josh Berry's race to win or lose. Green flag up in the air. He takes off and gets the whole shot. Pushed by Ryan Preece into turn one. He's clear of Darrell Wallace Jr., and Berry goes to the lead.
To the lead. Wallace second, Preece third, Larson backs up, and Gibbs now pressures him for the fourth position. Josh Berry leads on the approach to turn three. Tyler Reddick goes to the apron a little further back of the pack. Wallace gets a good run at Berry.
Darrell Wallace Jr. trying to go after the race lead. He gets a good run off of turn four. He pulls up alongside and is even with Berry into turn one. Wallace sticks it deep in the corner, slides up, takes the air off the nose of Berry, and Wallace has the lead.
Bubba Wallace to the race lead, trying to get the job done, looking for his first win since last year's Brickyard 400. He's got the lead at Loudon on lap 210.
Just 2 top 10s in 8 starts here at New Hampshire, and in the other 6 where he didn't finish in the top 10, he was outside the top 20. He leads with less than 100 to go in New England.
Barry in second. They continue to stack it up a little further back in the bank. Brad Keselowski amongst those in that kerfuffle. You've also got Tyler Reddick and Christopher Bell going into turn number 3. Bell gets to the bumper of Reddick, goes up the track a little bit, and tries to take the 7th position away from Reddick.
Remember, Bell is the first car in line that stopped under this most recent caution. Now, he only took 2 tires. Guys like Hamlin and Blaney and Bowman and Byron took 4. Bell's going to go around the outside of Tyler Reddick and pick off the 7th position.
Great power move on the outside by Christopher Bell. Meanwhile, further back, Busher. It's a blue and yellow party. Busher, Briscoe, and Blaney all battling. Bees in blue and yellow. My goodness, what a cornucopia this is.
And that triumvirate all got around Denny Hamlin that lap. Hamlin, who stopped for 4 fresh tires under the caution, has not gone forward. But Christopher Bell is. Last lap he passed Reddick, Seth. Now he's put the full court press on the back of Brad Keselowski.
All over the back of that number 6 Ford as they approach turn number 3. Reason I was woeing, one of the Trackhouse cars got loose off of 4 last time. Bell, power move inside. Can't make the pass yet, but he should have the preferred line out of 4.
Bell comes off of turn 4 on the left rear corner of the Brad Keselowski car. Does not fall in line behind him. They'll still race shoulder to shoulder into turn 1. Keselowski climbs the banking. Bell keeps it down low in groove number 1.
Raging on as here is Christopher Bell. Belling further back, Ryan Blaney and Chase Briscoe. That's for the number 10 position. A good drive by Blaney. Briscoe has the surge. Meanwhile, Barry is not letting Wallace get away.
Yeah, Josh Berry's still in the mix here to win this race, and he believes that he's got the best chance to win he's had all year long. He's been strong all day. He's got position number 1, just 1 car length in front of him.
Car length the difference down the back straightaway. Barry now trying to reel Wallace in. It's still Wallace in the lead. Barry now goes high up the racetrack. Bubba who keeps the advantage.
And both of these drivers, as Seth just said, on a long winless drought. Wallace hasn't won since the Brickyard 400 a year ago. Barry's last win, and the only win he's got in his Cup career, came last spring at Las Vegas, spring of 25.
Translation, it's been a minute. And then not too far back just getting into the picture a little bit last time, Ryan Preece, who's never won in the Cup Series a points-paying race.
Meanwhile, Ryan Blaney still marred in traffic, and he's got 3 cars in front of him in a wad. Chase Briscoe and William Byron are running side by side right in front of Blaney. Then Tyler Reddick just ahead of that trio. That's 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th.
Yeah, that's a hot and heavy battle right there. Briscoe and Byron side by side. Blaney right in behind him, trying to get a good run. Then it's another car length back to Denny Hamlin on the approach to 3 and 4. Byron a little bit high. Briscoe is going to get the spot from him.
And then meanwhile, Blaney still tries to get to the inside of Byron. Denny Hamlin's in there as well. So this is a 5-car group here, right around top 10 running spots.
Looking to find a hole, cannot do it, so it's still Byron and Briscoe side by side. Meanwhile, here's Barry, right to the bumper of Wallace, goes to the high side, could not make it stick.
Barry wants to make sure that Wallace doesn't inch away further and further as this run goes on, like happened when Barry was second to Ryan Blaney. Barry's led the most laps today, 72. He had only led 18 laps for the entire season coming into this race.
It's been a disappointing season for Josh Berry, perhaps one of a couple of reasons why the Wood brothers decided to go in a different direction for 2027. But he's showing an audition. We're trying to show people out there, look, hey, hire me to drive your car if you have a seat. I can wheel it.
And he is wheeling it right now, 2 car lengths off the back bumper of race leader Darrell Wallace Jr. and Ryan Preece, as Seth rightly mentioned a moment ago, is closing in on the both of them. It's Toyota and 2 Fords for the lead here.
Now that Byron, Blaney, and Briscoe battle, it's still hot and heavy, but that battle for the lead got really close there for a minute, so that's why we went back to it. Here comes Blaney. He'll go to the inside of Byron to try and get a spot in the top 10. And it looks like Blaney's going to get it as Byron now fights back on the high side.
Yeah, Blaney finally got Briscoe for 10th, and now he'll get Byron for 9th. At the front, it's 9/10 of a second that separate first from third.
Very, very tight racing here at New Hampshire as we approach the end of this race. 81 laps to go, 81 circuits left here at Loudon. It's Bubba Wallace in the lead. Meanwhile, Ryan Blaney now trying to get 8th from Tyler Reddick.
And it's also worth mentioning that these drivers at the front, the top 5 that you see on your screen, Wallace down to Gibbs, did not pit under the last caution, Seth. We don't know if they can make it to the end of this race on fuel. They need some help with cautions to make it to the end on fuel. We know for sure Bell in 6th, Blaney in 9th, Byron in 10th. We know they can make it.
Where's Pierre Moss get the fuel mileage out? Barry sends Wallace up the hill. Bump and run. Barry to the lead.
Barry bashes Bubba out of the way, and Josh Barry reclaims the lead, but Darrell Wallace Jr. is right there, and don't think he knows what he can do with his bumper as Barry goes to the apron, slides up, and Wallace is on him.
Whoa, and he gets into him and sideways on the apron, and Ryan Priest says, "You two just keep yucking it up because I have a run on the both of you." Side by side into 3. Wallace a power move inside, and he's got the lead back. And here comes Priest. Barry tried to hit Wallace again.
And here comes Kyle Larson in 4th, charging in on this lead 3. Wallace reclaims the lead. A hot and heavy battle for the top spot, and it's about to become a 4-way battle. Wallace, Priest to the outside of Barry now in 2.
Priest outside looking for that maiden victory, and he's got it. Up to number 2 spot goes Ryan Priest. It's Wallace, Priest, and Barry, the top 3. Priest now going outside, but it's Wallace who leads by a car length.
I tell you who this is playing in the hands of. It's Christopher Bell in 6. He's within 2 seconds of the lead, and there's trouble in turn 3.
Riley Herbst has hit the wall, and Connor Zilich had nowhere to go and ran smack into him. Whammo! Connor Zilich could not stop and just nailed a Riley Herbst car that was already stopped still after his wreck. A lot of fluid leaking from underneath that car. And boy, if ever a wreck was a microcosm of anybody's season, I think you just had it with Connor Zilich.
Wow. Caution is out. And Zilich has already dropped the window net. He's clearly frustrated. 8th caution of the afternoon here at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. And we'll have to see if we can get a replay to see what ended up happening to Riley Herbst to send him around. And then Connor Zilich just couldn't get stopped, it seemed. He had the left front tire locked up. First, Seth, what happened with Riley?
Oh, my goodness. He got McDowell.
Whoa.
I mean, we like Michael McDowell around here, but I'm not sure what that was.
Oh, my goodness.
And that's a hard hit.
And I'm going to tell you, and I'm not trying to be morbid when I say this, I'm just being truthful. You hit the wall hard here at New Hampshire, as history has shown us on multiple tragic occasions. I'm not sure why in the world Connor was that high up either. But yeah, you hit these, well, I mean, these are long straightaways. These straightaways are 1,500 feet long, and then when you get to the corner, it's basically a Martinsville kind of hairpin turn, but it's a very wide racetrack. So if you go spinning, you've got a long way to go up from the bottom of the track to the wall, and not a lot of banking to slow you down. Herbst just hit the wall hard. And like I said, I'm not really sure where Connor was going there. Riley out of his car.
And Stephen Parsons was telling Herbst to stay low. Zilich over the radio, "I'm so effing horrible. Gosh, what am I doing?"
Well, I mean, I hate to hear him being hard on himself, but Seth, basically all of the bottom of the racetrack line, he had so much room he could have gone to avoid that.
Yeah. I don't understand that one either.
So under yellow, 8th time today. And that is the hardest crash we've seen so far this afternoon. That's two hard hits. First with Riley. I mean, Seth Riley hits that wall rear end first. It lifted the rear of the car up. Then as it swings around and the right front hits the wall, then that quadrant of the car gets lifted up off the ground. Pit road is open. Everyone's going to come in so they can make it on fuel. We said that fuel was an issue for some. It won't be now, Seth. And let's see if anyone gambles to try to get track position with 2 tires. Not for Priest, he took 4. Not for Wallace, he's taking 4. This is a very important race off of pit road. It's won by Ryan Blaney, who almost surely had to have taken 2.
Wow. Yeah, I'd say.
So the advantage for Ryan Blaney, he had come down on the previous caution and took 4 tires, so there was freedom for the 12 team and the 24 of Byron to take just 2 on this stop, and Blaney wins the race off from Byron, Briscoe, Logano, and Zane Smith. Those 5 took 2 tires. Darrell Wallace Jr., the first off that took 4. He comes off 6th ahead of Priest, Gibbs, Larson, and Bell.
Good grief.
See, I just saw that onboard with Connor. I'm not sure where he's going. Wow. Oh, goodness. Well, I think we're set up for an interesting finish here, Seth, because now you got guys that's on just 2 tires, but their left side tires are not crazy worn. So I think those guys that took 2 are probably in a good spot here.
I would say so. Well, Matthew, changing sports real quick. You can make your own. You can make of this what you will. Present without any comment from me. Cleveland Browns tight end Daquan Wright has now decided to play for LSU this season after clearing waivers. To which this is a great tweet. The Cleveland Browns are so terrible of an organization that this is the first time in history of players going back to college after being cut during preseason. Yeah, Deshaun Watson's really making friends with his antics.
Oh, my God. Oh, dear.
Like I said, you had a good quarterback you got rid of. You deserve everything you get.
Well, yeah, but not only because you just got rid of him. I mean, there are teams that get rid of good quarterbacks. I'm looking at you, Minnesota. But it's not only the way that happened. It's the fact, or it's not the fact that it happened. It's the way it happened with them saying they needed an adult at quarterback. Boy.
Yeah.
Whatever.
And then they paid Deshaun Watson the GDP of a third world country.
Yeah.
And then they draft Shadir Sanders. That's real responsible adults there.
I don't get it.
No, I don't. Neither do I. I wish I was taller, as perplexed at Bell going back to pit road. Wyndham Clark is about to seal the deal here in the BMW. He has a 2-shot lead at 18. Cantlay has just finished. He and McElroy the final pair, and McElroy fell apart. I know you'll be stunned to hear that, but actually, Chris Goddard ended up finishing at 12 under, but it's a shame because I had a line ready to go of course he would fall out of contention. Sooners usually do that in the playoffs.
Oh.
Of course, their baseball team did just win a national championship, so there is some. It's not out there, but. But was there a lie detected though?
No, there was not. I apologize.
Oh, you're fine.
I'm munching in Seth's ear, but I'm muted to everyone else, so no one else can hear me munching except for Seth.
You didn't have to tell me that. I could have been a secret, but yeah, you're fine, man. Hey, look, man. Hey, look, the stomach calls. It reminds me of an episode as we are doubled up, it reminds me of an episode. I know you said you watched it and you just didn't get it, but it's a show that's one of me and my dad's favorites. It reminds me of an episode of Seinfeld where two of the characters are going out to LA because one of the other guys had moved out, had gotten there in a huff, and then he was falsely accused of something. That's beside the point. The guy's like, they're in the back of a police car. Jerry and George are in the back of a police car. And they're like, well, George's like, I'm hungry. And Jerry's like, how can you think of food at a time like this? George is like, a time I'm what? I'm hungry. My stomach doesn't know Kramer's wanted.
What have I walked into?
Oh, God.
Just quoting Seinfeld, that's all. It's actually mild compared to some of the stuff you've dealt with.
Well, yeah,
Well,
I have...
definitely with some of the stuff I've dealt with on the JB broadcast. Jesus.
Yeah.
Anyway, have fun. We're coming to the restart.
Yes, you too. Thank you. Yeah, I don't normally like to eat during broadcast, but basically the soccer and the race, it's basically a back-to-back today. So here we come to the green. Ryan Blaney and William Byron on the front row. Blaney, the control car outside of row one. Green flag up in the air. Blaney gets a good restart as the sun peeks out for the first time today. And it's seeing a good show, Seth, because Blaney leads and they're 3 wide from second on back.
4 wide in the mid-pack, but it's Blaney to the lead. Briscoe down to second. Byron third. Wallace and Zane Smith side by side for fourth. It's Blaney with the lead by about a car length. They're almost 4 wide further back. They all made it.
Chase Briscoe gets clear to second ahead of Byron, then Wallace, Zane Smith fifth, side by side at sixth. Joey Logano from a spin and a lap down earlier. He's in the mix here. He's side by side with Ryan Preece.
Great action off of turn number 2 as they head down the back straightaway. It's Blaney with the race lead. Meanwhile, Josh Berry, puff of smoke like maybe kind of. Oh, William Byron just absolutely lost a tire and whammos the wall with his back end in turn 3. A tire goes missing and is still rolling up against the turn 4 wall all by itself. The tire just completely disintegrated. The left rear of that car just went bye-bye, and Byron went bam-bam into the wall. That tire's still going to the main straightaway.
My God, that tire's going to be a quarter of a mile away from the vehicle it came off of by the time it stops. Byron pulls away with 3 wheels on the wagon and a lot of damage to the rear of his Raptor Chevrolet. Caution is out, and William Byron, you don't see that often these days where you get green flag laps in before a tire comes off with the single lug wheel. But they did not have that tire tightly bolted on, Seth, and it just totally sheared off on the approach to turn 3, and Byron was only along for the ride after that.
Sheesh.
Goodness.
Yeah, that was a...
I mean,
this climate, that's a bizarre one.
Yeah, it is, and
that's allow me to reiterate a phrase we like to use. That's somebody that didn't do their job.
well, it'll be a 2-lap penalty. There will also be pit crew members suspended during the week, as he has made it back to pit road. He's actually escaped that, Seth, with not a ton of damage.
Yeah, the most damage he's got is the black marks on the back end, on the bottom of the back of his car.
Yeah, it's really the bumper cover that's taken the really the only abuse there. But
wow.
He will be held with a loose wheel penalty, and that will put him out of contention today. And remember, Byron, coming into today, he was not mathematically a lock for the chase quite yet. Coming into the race today, Byron was 12th in the championship, 113 points above the cut line. Wow.
Man.
So the NASCAR official standing in front of the 24 car as they go to work, going to be held for 2 laps, as I said. And listen, we're down to the last 67 laps here. And these track conditions, it's been changing all day long because of the weather. If the sun stays out, they're going to change again. Remember, we started this race with it raining and racing on wet tires on a wet racetrack. Track eventually dried out. It's been overcast all day. Now the sun has popped out for the first time.
Well, that was suboptimal.
Well, it wasn't great. So, 9th caution of the day, with Ryan Blaney and Chase Briscoe at the front. Those two just took 2 tires on the last caution flag pit stop. The first car in line on 4 tires is Darrell Wallace Jr. in 3rd. Get some names up here, don't you? My goodness, Wallace hasn't won this year. Smith hasn't won ever. Priest hasn't won ever. Bell has not won this year. Neither has Barry. Neither has Larson. It's half the top 10 has not won this year.
If it keeps like this, we're going to be chasing the clock here. We have got... We've got 65 laps to go and an hour and 1 minute on the clock.
Let's not bring that up. Let's not.
I am bringing it up.
Thank you, JT.
You're welcome.
How's it been over there for you? And did you vote in the poll?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm on the YouTube Studio account and you can't vote in the poll yourself.
Yeah, I should clarify because we had a whole conversation about this. Did I vote? Yes, I voted on my personal account. But yes, you cannot vote on the... Yeah, okay.
Indeed. Ryan Blaney's leading. Hello.
Been an up and down last hour or so for Ryan.
The greatest pick through in NASCAR.
Oh my God. Oh, by the way, Dodgers Tigers has taken the lead. It was all Mariners Blue Jays.
I looked at about it 2 minutes ago and saw it was tied.
Yeah, it was Mariners Blue Jays ahead for a while. Now Dodgers Tigers. Dodgers and Tigers to the lead in turn 4.
Thank you, Matthew.
I should do a Townsend Bell. Dodgers and Tigers lead off turn 2.
What the hell have I joined into?
You should have been here for when we weren't racing, and everyone in the well, not everyone. People in the comments were complaining about what we were talking about. Like, what the hell do you want us to talk about? Nothing's happening.
How was the Newcastle-Liverpool game?
Hey, Omi's in here.
Omi, hello.
Hey, baby.
He always says hello.
Oh, in the chat.
Yeah, in the chat. He always says hello, Seth, and I have established now that anytime I see an Omi hello, I'm going to say it in the Keith Olbermann voice. Hello.
I believe we are doubled up, so I'm going to say
I
goodbye.
was like, you can think of someone better to do a hello other than that. Okay.
Just the first thing that comes to mind.
Wyndham did finish the job at the BMW.
Hey, so Wyndham baby.
Windy baby. He picks up 750 FedEx Cup points, moves to 3rd in the standings, becomes the 3rd player to win a FedEx U.S. Open and FedEx Cup event in the same year, joining Jordan Spieth in 2015 and Dustin Johnson in 2016.
Sure. Everyone knew that.
Why wouldn't it? That's common knowledge. I bet even JT knew that.
I tell you, pace car to pit road. Ryan Blaney outside of row 1, the control car. Green flag up in the air. We're racing again, and Christopher Bell lunges to the inside of Ryan Priest back in row 2. But Chase Briscoe is sticking stride for stride with Ryan Blaney at the front.
Blaney and Briscoe side by side. They pulled away from the rest of the pack. Here comes Briscoe. Has a good run inside, but Blaney fights back outside. Side by side. Tight racing all throughout the pack. Briscoe by a scotch. Blaney fights back.
Top 2 leg it out a bit from the rest of the pack. Blaney has a nose in front of Briscoe as they flash across the granite stripe. Side by side, the battle for 3rd between Priest and Wallace. Side by side behind them with Bell and Smith. But at the front, it's wheel to wheel.
Blaney now has the edge. Will he be able to clear Briscoe out of 2? Not quite. Briscoe dives back down to the inside. Side by side in turn number 3. Briscoe to the inside. Blaney to the outside. Briscoe's got the preferred line. Blaney, though, has the run.
Blaney loads it up around the top. He'll beat Briscoe to the line by half a car length. These two race side by side for many laps at the start of last weekend's race at Richmond. Here they are, Layton, New Hampshire, running side by side for the top spot.
Oh, they make contact there off of turn 2, do Blaney and Briscoe, as they battle down the back straightaway, now into the number 3 corner. It's a slim edge for Chase Briscoe on the inside. Blaney will try to fight back outside. He's got the momentum.
Oh, great drive off of 4 from Blaney, and even though the rear kicked out on him a little bit, he was able to throttle up, and he clears Chase Briscoe. Blaney back to the front.
So it is Blaney with the lead over Chase Briscoe. And meanwhile, further back, Denny Hamlin. And look at Noah Gragson up there in the top 10. My goodness. What a day he's had as he's battling Denny Hamlin. Briscoe now falling into the clutches of Wallace. Oh, Wallace washed up the track a little bit, though.
And Ryan Preece will close in on Wallace as Ryan Blaney begins to tiptoe away. His lead at the line last time was 1/10 of a second. This time, it's 6/10 of a second. Battle for 6th is on in the corner. Zane Smith versus Kyle Larson.
59 laps to go here at Loudon. It's Ryan Blaney who goes the way as they go down the back straightaway. Further back, 8th place, Ty Gibbs inside of Josh Berry. That's the battle. Oh, a little bit of contact there as Gibbs went up the track and washed up.
And Berry squeezes his way off turn 4 to the right elbow of Ty Gibbs. Berry had a slow pit stop under the caution flag pit stops 2 yellows ago. Cost him some track position. He's trying to rebound. He's struggling to do so.
So now here is Berry up ahead of Gibbs. Hamlin now inside. And here is Gibbs. He going to come in front of Hamlin? Yes. Dangerous move. Meanwhile, here's Wallace inside of Briscoe for second.
Wallace gets Briscoe a bit loose off of 4. Briscoe slides up. Wallace has the door open up to his inside. He's going to try to run through it, and he does. Wallace up to second. Remember, 4 fresh tires on the 23.
And he will be able to run away from Briscoe. But he's still a full second back behind his best friend, Ryan Blaney. I have a question, Matthew. And whoa, Wallace goes up the track and lets Briscoe come up a little bit. But if Wallace gets to Blaney, how close is that friendship really going to be?
Yeah, we're going to find out, I'm sure. We know how feisty those two can get. And again, for Wallace, it's been a long time since he last won Indianapolis last summer. Further back, Ty Gibbs took 9th from Denny Hamlin. Now he's trying to take 8th from Zane Smith.
Here is Gibbs and Smith battling for that 8th position. Smith has it. Gibbs wants it. Gibbs now piles it to the inside. He's going to stay in front of Zane Smith. A little bit of contact there as they battle for P8. Hamlin's closing in on the both of them.
Gibbs drifted up. Hamlin nearly cut underneath both of them. Couldn't do it. Meanwhile, Chase Briscoe, he just lost second. Now he loses third. Ryan Preece gets around him.
Here's Hamlin inside, and he battles Zane Smith for a spot, and Hamlin's now going to get by Zane Smith. So Denny trying to gain some spots here in the closing laps as Smith falls into the clutches of Noah Gragson. And right behind him is Tyler Reddick. Meanwhile, 6th place, Berry gets by Larson.
Berry on the move. He slides by Larson. He completes that pass very quickly. So Berry up to 6th. Meanwhile, Briscoe is really backsliding, Seth. He's lost 2nd, 3rd, and now 4th over the last 3 laps.
Yeah, he's really backslid throughout the pack. But it's Ryan Blaney whose lead is now just north of a second on Darrell Wallace Jr. I want to go back to your Omia hello deal. You could say, hello, how do you do?
Yes, there you go. Yeah, very good. Leaders come across the granite stripe. Remember, on the last set of pit stops under caution, Ryan Blaney took 2 tires. Darrell Wallace Jr. took 4. Now, normally you would say advantage Wallace, but just before that Blaney 2-tire stop, he had taken 4 tires on a previous yellow flag caution cycle that had only been about 10 or 15 laps prior to that. So Blaney is not on very old left side tires. We'll see if it comes into play over these last 52 laps. Ryan Blaney, not Austin Hill, leads this race.
I was going to say, the world feat's having a mare.
That did not happen on our timing and scoring, but we are seeing it both on USA and the world feed that Austin Hill magically led this race. That would be magical. It is Blaney leading by slightly less than 22 seconds on Darrell Wallace Jr. Meanwhile, Josh Berry in sixth. Boy, he is seeing red out the visor of his helmet. Josh Berry puts his bumper underneath the spoiler of Chase Briscoe in turn one.
Yeah, seeing red and not just the hood of his car. Side by side, battle for the fifth position. Berry goes to the inside of Briscoe into turn three. And Berry is going to have the spot, or is he? Briscoe fights back. And Berry has, you just know Bill would say something like that.
And Briscoe has to fall in line behind Berry, who squeezes up ahead of him. Berry up to fifth. Briscoe about to lose another spot. The two-tire gamble has not worked out for the 19 team.
No, it hasn't. His dirt track buddy Kyle Larson's going to pressure him now. Sixth place is the battle there. Briscoe has it, but Larson's going to grab it here. And will he grab it? Will he? Yeah, whoa, Briscoe is sideways in the middle of the corner again. Larson does complete the pass.
Really struggling to get the handle on that 19. Meanwhile, Eric Jones is this. There's two Dollar Tree cars. The onboard doesn't help. It's one of the Dollar Tree cars for Legacy. Slow, off the pace, down the back straightaway, all the way to driver's left. It is Jones. Oh, that is such a shame for Eric. And this may mathematically eliminate him from making the chase. He started the day 20th, 81 points below the cut line. Jones has found trouble. Has not been a good day for the two Dollar Tree sponsored cars in the Dollar Tree sponsored race. Nemechek is 4 laps down in 31st. Jones has just gone a second lap down. He is very slow. He's well off the racetrack. He's taking the road course route inside the oval here to try to make it to pit road. Good job by the Michigan driver Jones, who will be a threat to win next week, but it doesn't look like he will be a threat to make the chase, which is a shame. He had a good run of races at really the start of the summer that put himself in a spot where it could have happened, but it really started to come unraveled, really, at Indianapolis. Christopher Bell has rallied to fourth, and he's challenging Ryan Preece for third. They're off the backstretch.
So Bell has the spot, Preece has the spot, I'm sorry. And Bell now will make the bit sideways there from Preece. And Bell's going to make the push there for the third position. Preece has it. Bell's hounding him.
So Bell all over the back of Preece. Bell, who's so good here at New Hampshire, and Preece, who has so many laps in his life around New Hampshire, including a whole bunch yesterday in the modified race, which he finished third in.
Preece running in third. Now Bell right in behind him, going down the back straightaway. Here comes Bell. He'll get to the bumper. Oh, Preece loose. Preece wobbled the car. Here comes Bell to make a move for third.
Yeah, Preece had the car come unsettled on him on the entry into the corner, but he still was able to use a good drive off the top of four to stay in front. But here goes Bell, driving it deep into turn one. On the bottom, drifts up. Preece is still there to his right elbow.
Preece has the position coming out of turn number two. Bell was trying to get there but could not do it. Here comes Bell. He'll power it down to the inside to make a move on Ryan Preece. And Josh Berry isn't too far back. Preece, though, on the high side, keeps the momentum.
Yeah, Preece is doing a good job keeping the momentum wound up around the top and keeping Bell pinched down on the bottom. And as you rightly say, Josh Berry gets closer.
Yeah, Berry not too far back, and Preece high side, great run off at turn two, and he might even leg it out by a car length over Christopher Bell. The four tires are not making a difference for Bubba. He's only 2 seconds off the pace as Bell goes inside of Preece, and Preece will be in front of him.
Take it, Seth.
And yep, here is so Ryan Blaney, their leader here at New Hampshire. The battle continues on. Seth Eaves, Matthew Owens with you. The Dollar Tree 301, 43 laps to go. Ryan Blaney leads Bubba Wallace, Ryan Preece, Christopher Bell, and Josh Berry. 6 through 10, Kyle Larson, Ty Gibbs, Denny Hamlin, Chase Briscoe, and Zane Smith as Bell goes inside, but again, too much momentum on the high side for Preece, and he's going to keep that third position. Shane Van Gisbergen, one of Priest's men he's got to do, one of his rivals as far as making the chase. Back of the 19th position, 29 cars on the lead lap. The last of those is Cody Ware. The first car off the leader lap is John Hunter Nemechek in 30th, 4 laps down. They go to turn 3. It's Bell to the inside of Priest. And Bell, again, got close. Oh, his car had a bit of a weird turn there, but Priest stays third. So back to the main straightaway. 41 laps to go. Ryan Blaney continuing to leg out his lead over Bubba Wallace. It's a 2-second lead. Bell goes to the inside, and it's Priest who stays in third. So Bell looking back and now just hacking it into that number 3 corner. Here comes Bell. Again, just not close enough to make a move. So Priest will stay in the third position. 40 laps to go in the race. Ryan Blaney from High Point, North Carolina, trying to win at the Magic Mile. And conclude a pretty interesting day for him. Bell now falling into the clutches of Josh Berry, and it's looking more and more like a what could have been day for Josh Berry. Led a lot of laps, led the most laps, dominant car, but not there at the end of the race. And now 5th place is where he is at. It's still Blaney with a comfortable lead, though Wallace has taken a 10th off each of the last 2 laps. But still, Ryan Blaney just trying to hit his P's and Q's, and if he approaches lap traffic, he'll have to handle that with relative ease, because I know Matthew is currently off the present time, but he'll vouch for me on this. That's how Johnny Benson lost a race here back in September of 2002 to Kurt Busch. Or was it Ryan Newman? It was Ryan Newman, I believe, who won the race. But, yeah, either way, Benson lost it and slipped up in lap traffic and lost a couple positions and lost a chance. And it was at that moment you thought he was never going to get that breakthrough, then Winston Cup win. He did eventually get it a couple of months later at the North Carolina Motor Speedway in Rockingham. 37 laps to go. Wallace takes another 10th off the Blaney lead. It's a 1.8-second lead for Ryan Blaney, Matthew Owens.
So we'll see if Wallace can hunt Blaney down over these last 37 laps. Meanwhile, I do want to give you a check-in on the live chase standings. Remember, at the start of the day, Shane Van Gisbergen had the final spot in the chase by 50 points on Ryan Priest. As it stands now, that has been cut in half. Shane has it by 25. Priest is the first one out at minus 25. Brad Keselowski is minus 68 as a long shot. Ross Chastain and Eric Jones are set to be eliminated from chase possibility. Austin Cindric also at 15th is currently plus 31. Darrell Wallace Jr., of course, having a good day. He's currently plus 69. And as it stands now, Carson Hocevar and William Byron in 11th and 12th would clinch their chase spots. Priest trying to gather every point he can, Seth. He's in danger of losing a position on the track. That would be a point in the standings. In fact, he might lose 2.
Yeah, Bell goes back to the inside as Priest and Bell go side by side for that 3rd position. Here is Bell going to the inside, and Barry's going to try to split both of them and go 3 wide, but his car pushed up in the center. Boy, that was bold.
You've got a very fiery Josh Berry right now. He believes that he's lost a chance, a really good chance to go win this race. He's desperate. He will make whatever move he needs to. He passes Ryan Priest in turn 1, and in the space of a mile, Seth, Priest went from 3rd to 5th.
That's 2 costly points, as you mentioned, and he cannot afford to be dropping points. Wallace took another 10th off the lead, so he's cutting in a little bit, but still not a big enough gap. 1.7. Let's see what it is when it comes to the line this time.
Blaney still leads. It's 1.6 seconds, so Wallace was able to cut another 10th of a second off of it. 33 laps to go.
Yeah, Wallace now looking for a different line on turn number 2 as he goes down the back straightaway again. I think listen, obviously, you want to win a race, especially when you're on a drought like his, but as you said, given all of his struggles at New Hampshire, I think he takes second.
Yeah, and again, another good points day for a guy that's not yet locked into the chase. Here's Barry on the move one more time. Boy, what Josh Barry would give for a caution right now. He just blew past Priest a moment ago. Now he'll make quick work of Christopher Bell. Barry is up to third.
But he's still over 5 seconds behind the leader and over 4 seconds behind second. So it's a lot of ground to make up and not a lot of time to do it.
Meanwhile, Ryan Blaney hustles that Ford off turn 4. He beat Wallace last lap by a tenth. This lap, he beat him by 0.2. It's 1.8 seconds the gap between first and second. Josh Berry's got a lot of clean air in front of him, Seth, but it's too big of a bulge. He's got 5 1/3 seconds to make up.
Yep. Again, the only thing that could save him is a yellow flag. So, again, tough break for the native of Hendersonville, Tennessee. But, as I said when you were gone, it's going to be a day of what could have been for him.
Yeah, exactly right. It's been a good day for a lot of different drivers. Noah Gregson running in the 10th position, Seth. He only has one top 10 finish this year. That came at Talladega. His last non-road course or drafting track top 10 was Indianapolis in 2024 when he finished 9th in that Brickyard 400. The only top 10s he's gotten since then came on drafting tracks, 2 at Talladega and 2 road course races at Coda and the Roval, which is quite surprising, being that Noah Gregson is quite terrible on road courses. But he got 2 top 10s there.
Yeah, he and the Chicago street course aren't exactly on each other's Christmas card list.
He is very happy that it's Joliet next year, not Grant Park.
Bingo.
29 to go, and Blaney...
Here's Joey Logano now trying to get up to 13th and salvage something decent from his day. Look at him go.
I tell you. Villain in a scary movie. That's my line. What's yours? Repeat that for everyone.
It's the Brent Musburger line. You can cut a snake's head off and he still refuses to die. That's what he said when Plummer scored what was going to be the winning touchdown in that 97 Rose Bowl before Ohio State came back down the field.
Logano's going to complete the pass on Briscoe. They just haven't gotten the balance right on the 19 all day long. Briscoe restarted second and was battling Blaney for the lead. This will put him back into the 14th position. Had spells today where not a lot of cars have been on the lead lap. Now you got 29 on the lead lap, the way things have broken down the stretch here. So if any of these lead lap cars make a mistake or have an issue, a lot of positions and points they could still lose. For you William Byron fans, still on the racetrack, but he had that crash that took him off the lead lap. Then he got held for 2 laps because of the loose wheel penalty. You see on your screen, Byron is now 4 laps down in 30th. It is going to be another result for that 24 team today where it's just not up to the standard that they have built the last couple of seasons. Briscoe about to lose more positions. Carson Hocevar and Chris Buescher are now at the back door. Hasn't gone the way of Buescher in the second half of this race. He spent a lot of time in the top 5. He's running 16th. Ryan Blaney seems to have this race in the bag, Seth, with 25 laps to go and a lead of over a second and a half. 2 things could hurt him, a caution and lap traffic. Right now, the flag waving is green, but there is plenty of lap traffic dead ahead.
And I don't know if you were with me earlier when I said this, Matthew, but you think about lap traffic here, you think about Johnny Benson, September 2002.
Think about 2001.
Blaney continues to show the way. Out of 4.
Seth pumping the brakes on the 2001 New Hampshire talk as quickly as possible. That's what he's here for.
I said 2000. Well, I said 2002 for starters.
Yeah, and I said 2001.
I must. We've been having a little bit of that today. I must not have heard you again. So, all right. Well,
yeah.
It's
Blaney trying to get around the first.
But we do not talk about that race as a rule on this channel.
No, we do not. Blaney going to get around the first of the lap cars that he had to get around. That was Cody Ware, but there's more to go, Seth. Here he goes to the inside of Austin Dillon. John Hunter Nemechek, whose father won here in 1999, he's up ahead as well.
Yeah, so lap traffic could play a role here at the end of this race. Blaney, those worked through some of it. He's just passed the Austin Dillon machine. Wallace is now just 2 seconds ahead of Josh Berry, by the way.
Yeah, Berry, we knew Berry was going to charge. Once he got through that traffic, got clean air on the nose, he is really, really charging what he would give for one more chance at a restart.
You better believe that. As it is Josh Berry back in the third position. It's Bell in fourth, Larson fifth. Good days for those guys, but it's Blaney with a 1.6 second lead.
Blaney slicing through traffic. He's got Ricky Stenhouse Jr. just ahead. Wallace still trapped behind some cars himself. The gap at the front is 1.7.
Back to the back straightaway as Blaney now gets by Stenhouse. Wallace goes by the John Hunter Nemechek machine. So they work their way down the back stretch and now heading into that number 3 corner. Berry in third, but it's still Blaney with a comfortable lead.
Could Berry possibly get up there to pass Wallace and it be the same 1-2 finishers that it was in this race a year ago? 20 laps, 20 miles to go.
So now they go to the inside. So action continuing to close in here on the final laps of this race. 20 laps to go. It's Ryan Blaney showing the way. He'll come off 4 and put another lap on the board.
Chase Elliott just in front of him. They have totally missed the setup on the 9 car this weekend. Qualified badly. They've raced badly as well. Blaney will have to get around him as Berry has 2 cars running side by side in front of him.
So here comes Berry to the inside. And Berry will go by the inside of the lap car. Blaney now will get by Chase Elliott. So that's another buffer car between him and Wallace.
Swings it up out of turn number 4, comes across the granite stripe. It's 18 laps to go. His lead is at 2 seconds on Darrell Wallace Jr. Wallace now, his advantage on Berry is only 1.7 seconds.
So Berry's now trying to get in behind Austin Dillon. As now Dillon, try to get out of the way, and Berry just, what could have been day for him. William Byron next to the hit parade for Blaney.
Ryan Blaney trying to pick up what would be the 20th win of his NASCAR Cup Series career. 17 to go.
17 to go. Blaney to the inside of William Byron. Now he tucks back in line. Just hit your P's and Q's. Bubba's 20 car lengths back, if maybe even more than that. And now Byron, classy move, goes way up the racetrack and gives Blaney room out of 4.
Blaney currently on 19 career wins in the Cup Series. He's in a tie with a bunch of really notable names with 19 wins in the Cup Series, Seth, including Fonty Flott, Greg Biffle, and a couple of Hall of Famers in Davey Allison and Buddy Baker.
Yep, that's a pretty good list, I'd say, to be associated with. And knowing how Brian Blaney is the history of the sport, I'm sure he'll know that. He respects all of those guys. So I'm sure he'll have an appreciation for that, for who he's passed on that list when that message gets relayed to him.
15 to go as he crosses the stripe. Got some clean air on the nose now as he's gotten through some lap traffic. His lead on Wallace, still 2 seconds.
Yeah, still 2 seconds, and now a 2-car buffer as well between Blaney and Wallace. Wallace is just now kind of riding it there down the back straightaway. And now he approaches turn number 3. It's still Ryan Blaney by nearly 2 full seconds over Darrell Wallace Jr.
He's always had a good feel for this racetrack, especially the last couple of years, Blaney. He won here a year ago. 5 top 10 finishes here in 13 starts. He leads still as he stabilized it at around 2 seconds. It'll flow back and forth from 1.8 to 2.1 and then 1.9 to 2 flat. Blaney leads, just hoping it stays green the rest of the way. Speaking of trying to get to 20 wins, only 44 drivers in the entire history of the NASCAR Cup Series over nearly 8 decades, only 44 have ever gotten to the mark of 20 Cup wins. As I mentioned, He would pass the likes of Flock, Biffle, Baker, and Allison. He would go into a tie with Speedy Thompson.
Byron continue to do a good thing. He's let Wallace and Barry both go by and let them try to race. It's a 1.6 second lead. At least it's what it was last time by at the line. Still a comfortable lead for Ryan Blaney.
If you're just twisting us in, we're down to the wire here in the Dollar Tree 301 for the NASCAR Cup Series at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. If you're new to the channel, you like what you see and you hear, and you want to be with us for more live streams of the biggest sporting events on the planet, hit the like and subscribe button. Hit the notification bell to get notified when we go live. We've got action for you tomorrow from the English Premier League. Fulham play host to Chelsea to close out match week 1 of the Premier League campaign. Baseball tomorrow night and Tuesday night. Football's right around the corner, and we've got, of course, every race from here to the championship in the NASCAR Cup Series next Saturday night. We'll be on the channel for the final race before the chase, the Coke Zero Sugar 400 at Daytona. Ryan Blaney about to put a lap on Chase Briscoe, who has really dropped like a stone in this stage. These two were running side by side for the lead at the start of the stage. Now Blaney is passing Briscoe to put him a lap down. But over the last couple of laps, suddenly, Darrell Wallace Jr. has saddled the horse and cracked the whip. He was behind Blaney by nearly 2 seconds. It's now less than a second. 3/4 of a second the gap, Seth, and it might be game on for the final 10 laps.
He was saving just a little bit, who knows, or the lap traffic. Wallace, boy, big head of steam as he goes by Briscoe in turn 2. Yeah, that gamble did not pay off. Back to 25th. Blaney, though, did just get around Austin Hill, so that's another car Wallace is going to have to contend with, but Blaney's going to have his fair share of cars. He's off 4.
Another throng of traffic just in front. We'll start with one of the College cars, but there is Austin Hill between Blaney and Wallace, and a charging Josh Berry might not be out of it yet either.
It is still Blaney over Wallace. He picked up 3/10 last time. Blaney down the back straightaway, just minding the P's and Q's, and Wallace doing all he can, giving that car everything it possibly can. A 1-car gap between Blaney and Wallace. That is Austin Hill, and Wallace still cannot get around him.
Blaney swings that Ford Dark Horse Mustang up off of turn 4, flashes across the granite stripe, 8 laps to go. Wallace was faster than Blaney that time by 1/10 of a second. In turn 1, Wallace will hunt down and pass the lapped machine of Austin Hill.
So now Wallace can get to Blaney before Blaney gets to another lap car. That is going to be the $100 million question. Blaney goes inside in 3 and 4, hugs the apron in yellow and blue 4. Wallace trying to go high, trying to find any kind of grip and any kind of momentum he possibly can.
It's A.J. Allmendinger that is next up for Ryan Blaney to get around. Then it would be Cole Custer. 7 laps to go. 0.8 of a second is the interval.
Yeah, he picked up another 10th there. Wallace trying to take advantage of the clean air as best he possibly can. Down the back straightaway he goes, trying to approach turn 3. It is Blaney with the Allmendinger car just ahead of him. It is Blaney by 5 car lengths as Allmendinger goes way down to the bottom, but I thought he was going to let him by, but apparently he didn't.
No, AJ stays in front of Blaney, and all this dirty air on the nose of the 12 is not helping. And remember, Wallace has 4 tires from his last stop to Blaney's 2. It's game on in New Hampshire.
Second the difference. Blaney now will go to the outside of Allmendinger and put him a lap down. Wallace now rolling on at a rate of knots on Allmendinger. Wallace is starting to get to a point where he can almost touch that yellow and blue Ford.
He puts away Allmendinger cleanly off turn 4. Now Ryan Blaney's got to get around Cole Custer. 5 laps and 5 miles to settle a fist fight for a New Hampshire win.
Blaney has it. Wallace wants it and wants it desperately. Blaney now dives to the inside of the Cole Custer automobile. Blaney will still have the relatively comfortable lead, but Wallace now fires. Oh, Wallace locks up the brakes. He locks it up. Goes way high. Locks it up. That probably did it.
Well, he went way too hot into turn 3, but I tell you what, he got it corrected really quickly, and Blaney really didn't gap him all that much. What a great recovery from Wallace as we're inside the final 4 laps.
Yes, Seth, you and your big mouth. Wallace did a pretty good job there, all things considered, but now Blaney gaps him as Wallace is having trouble getting around Cole Custer. He will go into that number 3 corner. Blaney now goes to the outside of the Todd Gilliland machine. And that's another car Wallace is going to be hemmed in behind.
Yeah, certainly no issue for Blaney to get around a fellow Ford and Todd Gilliland. Blaney across the line doubled his lead that lap from 0.3 of a second to 6. He'll get around one of the Trackhouse cars in turn 1. We're down to 3 to go.
Blaney will get by Shane Van Gisbergen. Remember, Connors Village out of the event. So it's Shane Van Gisbergen who Blaney gets by. Wallace now will go by SVG, and Wallace is going to cut this to about 4 car lengths.
Darrell is desperate. He is driving it hard into each and every one of these corners, but he's starting to run out of time. Across the granite stripe comes Ryan Blaney and Darrell Wallace Jr., separated by half a second with 2 laps remaining.
Wallace is trying to do everything he possibly can. Carson Hocevar, the next car on the hit parade for Blaney, and Hocevar will just pull over on the inside and let Blaney by, and presumably let Wallace by as well. Here we go. Wallace went up the track bell lap at Loudon.
Does Blaney have more magic conjured up at the Magic Mile? White flag in the air. Final lap in New Hampshire. Ryan Blaney leads Darrell Wallace Jr. by 5 car lengths to turn 1.
Ryan Blaney's just got to hit his marks 1 car ahead of him. I don't believe he'll be able to get to him, which will be A-OK. Wallace looks too far back to mount a serious charge. It's Ryan Blaney heading into turn number 3. Ryan Blaney with more magic indeed, and YRB looks like he's going to get the checkers. Take him home, Big Mo.
Clearing turn 4, Ryan Blaney comes to the line. It's the same result in New England. Ryan Blaney wins the Dollar Tree 301 at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway, his 2nd straight Loudon victory. He beats Darrell Wallace Jr. to the line by half a second. Josh Berry finishes 3rd, Christopher Bell 4th, and Kyle Larson 5th. Ryan Blaney rallies again. More trouble on pit road, not enough to keep Ryan Blaney out of victory lane in New Hampshire.
Amazing run. Amazing run. Amazing run. And Ryan Blaney with a big-time victory, as he has secured the victory here at Loudon, New Hampshire today. And back-to-back in the Granite State for the man from North Carolina. Also, Denny Hamlin we've understood that Denny Hamlin has clinched the regular season championship.
So that means that Hamlin will be the number 1 seed when the chase gets started in 2 weeks' time in Darlington, South Carolina, which means he will start the chase with a 25-point lead on 2nd. We'll talk all about that breakdown when we head to Daytona next week. Blaney has reversed his car around to do the Polish victory lap, of course, to salute the fans. He loves doing this. Quite the drive from Ryan Blaney today, Seth. Even in the wet conditions at the start, he was good. When the track dried out, we learned that he had the best car here, and even a mistake on pit road at the beginning of the final stage. Still, rallied, got to victory lane. This is the Ryan Blaney that we have come to expect. The guy that's the best in the sport on long runs, and perhaps the most consistent driver over a full race. And Jonathan Hassler, good call to put 2 tires on the last stop. Knowing that he took 4 on the previous stop, that freed him up to take 2. On the last stop, it got him track position. He never gave it up.
He most certainly did not. And he goes to victory lane, and he's still putting on a show for the fans here in New Hampshire. And he'll get out and he will have a chat with a member of the media, and he's still a championship threat, you'd have to say.
I mean, he, in so many ways, today really encapsulated what Ryan Blaney is, Seth. He is He's the best driver in the sport because he's able to take a situation even where it all falls apart on pit road, and he still keeps his cool when the green flag drops, and he just does the job. They can't keep having these mistakes in the chase on pit road, but he's proved today that he can still rebound and rally from a pit road mistake and win. Let's go down and hear from him.
Hassler to take 2 tires, but you were the only driver that was able to hang on with 2. How did you do that, especially with how precise you had to be through that lap traffic there at the end?
Yeah, that made it difficult, but no, it was a good call after our issue on pit road. We did 2 at the end to try to hopefully get the lead, and we did. And it was a long run to the end there, the longest run we had, and just try to manage my stuff. And I knew those 4 tire guys would probably pressure me eventually. And Bubba kind of came on pretty hard there and just tried to manage the lap traffic while also trying to manage tire and just not make a mistake. But what a cool race. What a fun day starting in the rain and ended up being a beautiful day. Everybody who came out, I really appreciate it. Thanks for sticking with us and hope you enjoyed a good race.
1 race to go until the chase starts. You're solidly second in the standings. What does a win now do, just turning up the wick this close to the chase run?
Well, you always want to continue momentum, and Team Penske's been on a heck of a tear the last couple months. So props to everybody at Team Penske who's keeping their head down, working hard. Thank you, Menards, Dutch Boy, Ford Racing, Discount Tire, Body Armor, Dex Imaging, the Worth Group, Advanced Auto Parts, everything for what they do. It's cool to win here 2 in a row. I look forward to getting another lobster.
I was going to say, what are you going to do with a second lobster?
Hang it right up to next to the first one.
Congrats.
Thanks.
Ryan Blaney, a winner here at New Hampshire.
Blaney, for the second year in a row, claims the victory. He stays second in the championship standings, moves within 77 of Denny Hamlin, but as Seth mentioned, that number really meaningless what he is behind Hamlin. Now that Hamlin has clinched the number 1 seed for the chase, what Blaney will be worried about next week is managing the gap to third-place Ty Gibbs. Blaney is now 44 points ahead of Gibbs, and it is, you get a certain amount of points on the chase reset for every position you're higher up after Daytona. So Blaney picks up the win, his 3rd of the season, also winning this year at Phoenix and in Atlanta. And let's quickly give you a look at the updated chase standings. You know that Hamlin has clinched that number 1 seed. Blaney now 44 ahead of Gibbs in the fight for second. Gibbs at 3rd is 20 ahead of Reddick, who stays 4th. Christopher Bell picks up 2 spots and goes to 5th. Chase Briscoe drops to 6th. Kyle Larson picked up a spot to 7th. Chase Elliott dropped 2 to 8th. Joey Logano stays 9th. Chris Buescher stays 10th. Carson Hocevar and William Byron at 11th and 12th. And then towards that chase cut line where it gets tight, 13th, Daniel Suarez. 14th, Darrell Wallace Jr. They're in a good spot to clinch a chase spot next week. Austin Cindric, 15th. Shane Van Gisbergen, 16th. So it's Van Gisbergen holding the final spot. As I do math, it's always an adventure. 31 to the good is Van Gisbergen. That means Cindric is 44 to the good. So Cindric plus 44, Van Gisbergen plus 31. Then on the outside, Ryan Preece minus 31. And again, I'm trying to do math on the fly. Bear with me here. Brad Keselowski in 18th, minus 66. So mathematically, Keselowski is still alive, but he would have to have just about a perfect Daytona, winning the stages, winning the race, and he would need falters ahead of him from one of Austin or Shane and a car that he co-owns in Ryan Preece. So really and truly, going to Daytona next week, it's 3 drivers for 2 spots, really. Cindric, Van Gisbergen, Preece. Those 3 for 2 spots is ultimately what it is. I always get flustered when I have to do math live on the air.
And I read somewhere, I don't know if you said it or not, because I was a little bit looking at some other stuff and doing Lala's land, but Bubba Wallace will clinch his spot by starting the race. All he's got to do is show up and fire the engine next Saturday night.
Spots now clinched for Logano, Buscher, Hocevar, Byron, and Suarez, and barring an alien abduction, Bubba Wallace will compete for the championship in the chase.
Look at JT in that fancy studio there, and that mullet,
and the camera that follows him around. Come on, move around, JT. It follows him around. He's talking, so he's listening to someone else. Yeah. Seth, final thoughts from our once-a-year trip to New England. Fun day.
People say, fun day. I'm sorry, I thought you were finished. People say, talk about people who aren't well, and they say, well, he's got like 15, 20 different people living in his head. He literally has like 15 or 20 different people in his ear, and yet he manages it so well. I don't understand. He's a legend. Thoughts on the race today? Again, nothing wrong with a solid but not spectacular race. I thought that's what it was. And Wallace had that one chance, and Blaney was able to get the job done. Driver of the day, I guess I'll go Blaney, but I want to give crew chief of the day, Jonathan, the call with 2 tires. What a call.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. That was a big call from Jonathan Hassler. Ryan Blaney with his 3rd win of the season. And Denny Hamlin clinching that number 1 seed for the chase with a 7th place finish. I'll give driver of the day. Obviously, Blaney is the driver of the day. You could certainly make a case for Josh Berry, too, and Wallace, who's never really ran well here. Honorable mention. There you go. And Wallace is
Ryan Preece.
Yeah, well, that's who I was going to go with. I'm going to go Ryan Preece because he had a great day, top 5 a lot, top 10 most of the day, comes home 9th. And as I said, he started the day minus 50 to the chase cut line. He ends minus 31, so he made up 19 points on Van Gisbergen, and that's going to give him a chance at Daytona next week. And we know, Seth, how well RFK runs at Daytona, with Buscher having his spot locked in, and Keselowski is still mathematically alive, but he's not realistically. I would think Brad and Chris are going to work really hard next week to try to help Preece as best they can.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you better believe that.
Hopefully he doesn't flip.
Well, indeed,
right.
Yes. So that will do it for us here in New England. Ryan Blaney with a back-to-back win at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. A lot of you tuned in today. It was great to see so many people watching, listening, commenting. It's great to have you all with us. It looks like the poll, looks like Dodgers and Tigers will be what we have on Friday.
We also did a poll, and it was absolutely hilarious.
Okay. Well,
I think I forgot to end it, so I don't have the full results. But it was, what language is JB learning on Duolingo?
Oh my God!
The options were English, French, Spanish, and German.
English.
And with 60%, English won.
Oh my God! Thank you very much.
So
it looks like Dodgers and Tigers. That's what we'll have for you on Friday night with our very democratic voting of what you want to hear us do on Friday. So it'll be myself and probably JT doing the Dodgers and the Tigers on Friday.
Doesn't that clash with O'Reilly at Daytona?
Oh, that's true. So you might not be on it.
It's going to be a tough choice for me.
Yeah.
I've just had to wave to JB, and now I'm waving to Omi.
Oh, well, yes. A reminder, if you are new to the channel, you liked what you seen, you liked what you heard, be sure to hit the like and subscribe button, the notification bell. Tomorrow, Fulham and Chelsea closes out match week 1 of the Premier League season at 3 p.m. Eastern time. My guy Seth Eaves on the call there. And then we'll have baseball tomorrow night, Cubs and Diamondbacks at 9:30. Much more soccer, much more baseball throughout the week. College football starts next Saturday, NC State, Virginia at 3:30. And also next Saturday, the Coke Zero Sugar 400 from Daytona, 7:30 p.m. Eastern time, and we'll set the field for the chase with the what is becoming traditional last race of the regular season from the high banks of Daytona. So that will do it for us. We thank everyone for tuning in. We thank everyone for commenting. It's been a huge weekend on this channel. And finally, we can hit this stop streaming button and we can take an exhale, at least for a little while. For everyone here, the best producer in the wide world of sports, that's JT, Seth Eaves, Matthew Owens, signing off. We say so long. Ryan Blaney is the winner.